Welcome to the Game Changer 00100 show. I'm your host, Game Changer. And today I have a special guest in the form of Mamiya Obsidian Ali, who is running a little bit late this morning, but the show must go on, so I am going to make it happen. All right, here, let me just a few things here. Okay, I took care of that. And yeah, don't really need that. So, all right. Okay, so what are we going to talk about? Well, a couple of months ago, Obsidian was on a panel. He was on Reg's panel, and they were talking about tricking. Now, this was in the wake of the whole Derrick jaxn scandal or whatnot, and we all know how Obsidian feels about that. So basically, what transpired as a result of that was a discussion on what exactly is tricking. And I noticed that people who once were, let's just say, anti-tricking and anti-stove, et cetera, were really very in defense of quote unquote tricking when it came to Derrick jaxn. And I noticed a pattern of behavior that I wish to discuss with Obsidian about or around the word tricking. How some guys is considered a trick and some guys are considered player pimp Mac when they spend money on or for women. There's always a back pedal for certain guys. Now, I want y'all to take a listen to this fair use video so we can really discuss the pattern of behavior. I want y'all to hear this. Fair use, people, fair use. Hit the like button on the way in, by the way.
Tricking.
No, that's not tricking, Obsidian. So you're paying for dates. Does that make you a trick?
No, hell no. No, tricking is if you just splurging, you giving a woman too much than what she needs. Like she don't need $10,000. You know what I'm saying?
He gave her over $1,000 every year.
But if that's $1,000 is not a lot of money, that goes on rent. That's not a lot of money. Like, you talking about $10,000.
Give her $1,000 cash? So, yeah. So
Man.
he probably get an escort. Maybe he had an.
Okay. So apparently, this is an instance where Derrick jaxn gave a woman $1,000 in cash, and he later had sex with her. And somehow this isn't tricking. He's married, so he has short-term designs for her, and this was a short-lived relationship. But people who once said, "Oh, I can't believe you bought a stove for less than $1,000, like a quarter of $1,000," is saying this not tricking. That's just rent. Let's continue.
Man, that's an escort type shit, man.
Escort type. I mean, like, escorts is a fancy way of saying prostitute. And these women are escorts. So, and these women are escorts. Obsidian, you gotta turn off your computer in the background. Okay, so welcome, Mamiya Obsidian Ali. How you doing today, brother?
Great. I'm trying to figure everything out here. Just give me a minute.
Yeah. I'll put you on mute. So basically, they're saying that she's an escort and she's not a prostitute, and he's a provider and he's not a John. Like, they're really defending Derrick jaxn. They don't want. They are real adamant about how much they don't want to call Derrick jaxn a trick. Let's continue.
Instagram chicks, man, they hoes, man, they hoeing, man, they not.
So they're hoeing, and by soliciting them, you're not tricking. This is why I wanted to cover this particular conversation, because there's a group of people who are very selective about who they call a trick and why. And that's really what I want to get to the root of today. why are some guys considered tricks and other guys are considered ballers, or player pimp Mac for what's, almost the exact same action and the exact same result?
If you talk about 1,000 though, anything under 1,000, you can't really qualify that as tricking. Like, that's light, bro. Like anything under 1,000 Obsidian, you can't qualify that as tricking. Nah, man.
Out all over the place, is that tricking?
Now, if you paying for a specific or purpose, then no, that's not tricking. If you giving a woman to buy things like bags and shoes,
if you're paying for a specific purpose, that's not tricking. Okay.
that's tricking. That's tricking. But if you help her with a bill, say for instance, you pay the bill, that's not tricking though. If you pay her rent, that's not tricking. If you pay her fly in, that's not tricking though, man. You pay for a day, that's not tricking. But when you start taking on
okay, the stove is a utility, but once again, these are things that are not considered tricking. Paying her rent, buying her clothes, paying her energy bill as soon as he gets home from work. These things aren't tricking. Now, keep in mind that this wouldn't be an issue if so many weren't adamant, and even Reg himself was like, oh, nah, he bought her a stove. I can't rock with a dude that buy her a stove. I don't get the defense, the Derrick Jaxn defense team that we have going on here, because were this someone else, I'm starting to believe that tricking is a person, not the action. Meaning some people trick and other people splurge, or whatever you want to call it.
shopping sprees, and she's not really worried to that.
That's tricking. Shopping sprees, that's tricking.
That's tricking if you pay for shopping sprees. That's tricking.
He paid for shopping sprees. He paid for yacht parties. He paid for mansion parties. He paid to get her flew out to Mexico. He paid to get her flew out to Miami. He paid for Airbnb. He paid for hotels. He gave her money. Is that tricking?
Okay.
Now here we have the backpedaling with the okay, and that's basically them like, all right, he is spending money directly on a female who he only wants to have sex with, and giving her direct cash in hand. Let me think of a way to let me do some PR work. Let me make this seem as not tricking as possible. This is fascinating to me. I'm be perfectly honest with you. This is fascinating to me.
It seemed to me that this girl, he had a relationship with this girl.
Now that's just some rich nigga shit, man.
Was it just a one-time thing he did this? Or was it two? Actually, was it
married?
It doesn't matter.
Hold on. Hey, Reg, hold on one time.
So, Reg invoked the relationship card. This is a relationship. Therefore, it's not tricking because he's providing for somebody he's in a relationship with. To which Obsidian poignantly said, this is, the guy is married. So this isn't that type of relationship.
But Obsidian got to understand, man, when you have a million or a couple of million, man, you can do things that the average black man can't do. All right. So it's going to look like it's tricky to a guys who don't have $1 million. All right. But to him, that's nothing. It ain't tricking if you got no, it ain't tricking if you got it. You still got to put the money on something specific in order for it to be called tricking.
Never really understood the whole it ain't tricking if you got it, because if you are spending it, then you got it or you had it. Maybe somebody can clarify that. Or I guess it's not tricking if you save up to do it. Like you work an extra 20 hours in overtime and then you do it. It's not tricking in that instance. Maybe that's what they're saying. Because like you always got it because you tricked it or you spent it.
You flying a chick out, you paying for dates, you paying for hotel. That's not really tricking. If you give anything under 1,000, it's not considered to be tricking.
He paying to get a flew out.
I don't get the $1,000 line. I don't. But like Obsidian said, he gave her $1,000.
That ain't tricking.
That's not tricking if it's because it's a purpose for why.
Obsidian, are you there? Did you get everything? Okay, still working.
Yeah. Here. Okay, we're all set. I'm still getting used to StreamYard.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, what do you think of the video so far? Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, this is from the discussion a little while back, right? Over on Reg the Bad Guys channel.
Yes.
So it's very simple. It's a very simple dynamic. I mean, these guys, admire. There's something that we have to admit in the Black manosphere, and it's something that I didn't understand early. When I say early on, I'm talking about back going circa 2016. But I understand now in 2021, and that is there are a lot of I'm getting a big feedback from.
Well, I'll mute up, but that might be on your end.
I don't know what's going on. But anyway, there's a major. Yeah, it's me. I don't know what the hell is going on here. My bad. Hold on. Let me see. Did that fix it? No, that didn't fix it. Hello.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm here.
I think that fixed it. I think that did it. Okay. So I think what I didn't understand this early on, but I understand it now, is that there are a lot of guys in the Black manosphere who admire Derrick Jaxn. And in a way, one way that it manifests itself is what we're talking about right now. Another way it manifests itself, I've done since 2016. I've done upwards of 70 podcasts and videos addressing Derrick Jaxn. And what I will often get, and this is dating back to 2016 to present, what I will often get is people saying, don't knock that man's hustle. You're just jealous because you can't be like him, and so on and so forth. And all of it is really projecting. A lot of brothers really admire him. Mm-hmm. Now, for whatever reason, they never put it that way, but they really admire him. I don't. There's nothing about Derrick that I admire. Actually, I feel rather sorry for him in some instances, but there's nothing about him that I admire. He's not an admirable man to me, but he is to a lot of black men and black men in the Black manosphere. And we're just hearing another manifestation of it. I mean, it has to be a letdown, because in a lot of ways, Derrick Jaxn represents the kind of idealized guy many guys in the Black manosphere admire and look up to and see as a kind of standard bearer and apostle of what a man's man is. Tall, buff. A lot of ladies love him and that sort of thing. And the truth is a whole lot different than their idealized image of Derrick. Special thanks to Mystify, who by now you probably have all heard is due to do a big interview with big Oprah style interview with Kevin Samuels soon. So and her investigative journalism, if you will, just really tore the scales off a lot of these guys' eyes. I mean, Derrick just ain't that jawline dude insofar as his game is concerned. Then they tried to change it. Well, you're a guy like him. You don't need game. Well, if that was true, why did he have to flew Dustin So out? I mean, now what was interesting, Game Changer, and I don't know to what extent you followed the story, but I followed it with great interest, as you might suspect. And what was interesting about the whole dynamic was that the very first mistress of his was very attractive. He knew her for like a decade and had been pining away for her for like a decade, and was only able to finally grab it once he got the money. So that's number one. Number two, the other two mistresses that he had, one of whom we can identify, the other has not been identified, but it's been rumored that she's a BBW type. He didn't do that for either one of those. As a matter of fact, the second mistress, who has been identified, she had to fly herself out to Mexico to meet up with him. She didn't get flued out. She flew herself out. And she would only meet with him stateside at a bachelor pad that he had set up across town from his family crib. As a matter of fact, he would make videos that he would post on his YouTube and Facebook and so forth, from that bachelor pad, she would be there. And she says in the interview with Derrick, with Tasha, I wonder what his listeners would say, his audience would say, if I walked right back behind him while he's on the camera in my just dressed in a thong. I wonder what they would think about that. This is all on Tasha K's YouTube channel.
Okay.
So, and then the third mistress, he met her, and according to this lady's testimony on Tasha K's show, they met at Lenox Mall. He just rolled up on her and spit some rudimentary game. She was with it, and he only went to her crib. So, but of course, again, it's been rumored that we haven't been able to identify her because the argument is that she's a surgeon. She doesn't want to be seen or whatever. But the scuttlebutt is that she's not all that attractive. So, putting it all together, and this is something that I've been saying for the longest time, and it's kind of feeds into this debate between the game guys and the guys who are tricking, I guess, or however you want to pose that. Women of beauty demand their price. That's just the way it goes. And Derrick Jaxn is living proof that it's true. You can pull a certain type of woman if you just a jawline dude. That certain type of woman is going to be at best average. So we're looking at a 5 and under. But women that are, 6 and above, it's going to take more than mouthpiece and you working out at the gym to pull that. That's just the plain truth.
Okay.
So I think that's really what the problem is for a lot of these guys, is that it's money is a big problem for some black men. Because like it or not, women still judge men in large part based on their earning capacity and secondarily their status. Derrick had neither of those things when he knew Candace DeManeros from all those years. But when he did get those things, he was able to finally bag her. And he did. It wasn't the muscles, the height, and this and that did it. It was the money and the status that did it. And, for the guys, over on the Reg, the bad guy side of the game, that's very hard to accept. I mean, just the other day, I had did a response because I'm working on my third channel right now. Since I got all this time with the pandemic, might as well. So I've been working on my Obsidian Media Network 3 channel here on YouTube, doing daily podcasts on it. And there was a podcast that Ron Wills did where he admitted that body game, as he and C Boogie and others like to call it, working out in the gym, working on your body and, building your muscles up or whatever. He admitted that body game is easier to obtain than money and status. He admitted it. And I made a response video thanking him for that. Thanking him for admitting what the science has said, what history tells us, what just looking in the real world. I mean, there's a reason why they call it a jailhouse body, because even a convict can do it. But every man can't be, if not flat out wealthy, at least successful on a high value man level, to use that terminology that's in vogue at the moment, and have a degree of social status. That's very hard for men to achieve. And so there's a reason why these guys are talking their book, to use the Wall Street term, because, that's what's attainable for them, or at least in their mind is what's attainable for men like themselves. But for men like me, status and money is more attainable. I always go for stuff that's harder to obtain. So
now, you mentioned that his looks was the reason that they're defending him. So because maybe I'm wrong, but these guys don't really look like him. So what's you think it's some type of halo effect or non-sexual crush or something going on there?
Not only is that, I would say it's bordering on the homoerotic. What's interesting about this current situation with Kevin, the high school photos and so forth. What's interesting, I would understand it if black women were the main ones leading the charge. I would understand that, because let's face it, he has been kind of going after black women kind of hard on his show. So you can say, okay, you can understand that. But why would black men, you know, seize on it? And the reason why is because, again, this is kind of like a projection. The same black men, and I don't want to get you in trouble, so I'm not going to mention any names on it. But if you've been in these parts, you know who I'm talking about.
Mhm.
These black men didn't have any problems with Derrick. I mean, we don't have to go into the Mr. Antiquity back to his kindergarten days and what he was doing back then. We're talking about what he did only a few months ago. They had nothing to say about that. Many of these same black men were saying, don't knock that man's hustle. But they got a problem with Kevin, though. And the argument is that Kevin is gay and so forth. I think a lot of these guys kind of have a borderline homoerotic deal going on with guys like Derrick. I don't think he's the only one. I think that, but he's probably the best known. But there's a borderline homoerotic type of thing happening there. A lot of guys. I think the problem with me, I think the big problem with me, and everybody knows now, I got my book out selling like gangbusters. And I think the problem with me is that a lot of guys don't want to admit that they come closer to me than Derrick in stature, in looks. They're not close to me in terms of, you know, intellectual capacity or ability or talent, but in terms of physically, they come closer to me than they do to him. And I think that's really bothersome when we talk about these things, because a lot of these guys don't really like who they are. And it shows, it manifests itself in different ways. For example, take Reg, for example. So the main way it manifests for him is, I remember one day watching him. Some of you might remember this. One day, this is like I guess maybe 2 or 3 months ago. So he had a panel discussion. One of the brothers on the panel, it was several of them, but one in particular really set him off, named Preem. And Preem was singing Kevin's praises. Say, listen, man, whatever you may personally think about Kevin, the man's doing something right. The numbers bear it out. And he's somebody that the black manosphere could learn from. And that set Reg off. I mean, he just lost it. You know, I'm not wearing no suit, goddamn it, and I'm not going to do this. And you want to do that, you go over there. And he basically shit canned Preem, and he hasn't been heard from since over there. So I find it ironic that there are guys like C Boogie who pride themselves on the message of self-improvement, but when someone like Kevin actually does it, it sets them off. See, their idea of self-improvement is just going to the gym and lifting a lot of weights. Kevin's idea of self-improvement is looking better, as he likes to say it himself, looking and smelling your absolute best. And that really bothers guys like Reg. And the reason why is because they really think less of themselves. And what bothers a lot of those guys about me is that I have a very high opinion of myself. I believe I can do anything if I put my mind to it, if I work on it, if I have enough time to work on it. Yeah, I think I can do it. And I set out to do it. Like right now, I'm in the midst of, you know, essentially transforming. Well, I was already working on my home anyway, huge, you know, apartment, but that's bigger than some people's houses. And part of it is creating another studio. So I'm talking to you right now from my control room that I had custom built, you know, soundproofing on all 4 walls actually, from you know, floor to ceiling, and a custom made soundproof floor built in. But I'm working on a video studio now. That's in the offing that I'm going to have. You know, I'm working it out with the contractors and everything right now to actually build out part of my living room, which will be my de facto video studio set. I look at things like that as an interesting challenge, and see if I'm up to the challenge, and if I can meet the challenge and swim with the sharks, so to speak. But a lot of these guys, they don't, you know, and you know, it's kind of sad. In a lot of ways, I feel sad for Reg, because life is kind of like beating him down. And he's older than me, not by a whole lot, but he's some years older than me. And life is kind of like beating him down. And it's in a big way, I kind of reminded of that line that Bane said to Batman, you know, not victory has defeated you, but defeat has defeated you. And there's a lot of guys like that in the black. I'm sorry, I'm not proud to say this. There's a lot of guys like that in the black manosphere. And what we're talking about right now is a manifestation of it. It's a problem. And since I consider myself one of its founding fathers and titular leaders, you know, I take the responsibility to do what I can to kind of stamp that out. And that's the reason why I'm here today.
Okay, so you brought up something very interesting that I want to dig into a little bit. You said homoerotic, and you know I don't have a opinion on that, but if we go with that, you're saying that in their eyes, Kevin Samuels versus Derrick Jaxn, you're saying that they just feel that because Derrick Jaxn to them, once again, pause, is physically more attractive, they're going to gravitate him and he could do no wrong. Like he could do no wrong, and Kevin Samuels, in their eyes, being the less physical specimen, can only do wrong. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I would take it even a step further. I mean, you know, like I said, I've gotten all kind of heat for going after Derrick over the years by black men in the black manosphere. Matter of fact, there are black men right now. Well, he's not considered part of the black manosphere anymore. He's been kind of, you know, excommunicated, and by all accounts, he's no longer part of the white manosphere either. Donovan Sharp. I remember Donovan Sharp years ago. He wrote an article when he was still in the good graces of the black manosphere. He wrote an article. You can go back and look this up over on the Negro Manosphere website, where he says in writing, "Don't knock Derrick hustle. You just make yourself look jealous." Then when this whole thing with Derrick came out last month or 2 months ago, he does a show, and within the first 5 minutes, my name comes up. He says, "I'm obsessed with him." I'm like, I'm not the one that wrote articles about him over on Negro Manosphere years ago. You were. And he says, you know, "I'm not surprised that this came out with Derrick." Of course not. Of course you wouldn't be. You want to be a lot more like him than me. So a lot of this is kind of like projection, and you're right. This is like a halo effect. It's a quasi halo effect, homoerotic thing happening. And it's kind of sad because think about it this way. Let's turn it around. Turn it around. What if Derrick was just that dude? That same scenario happens, comes out, he's cheating on his wife, and he's got 3 hotties. I mean, they're all like the first wife, the first mistress, rather.
Okay.
They're all like her now. All 3. All 3 come forward. We can verify who they are. They all on Instagram killing it. And what would happen if he just ran that mouthpiece and that was it, and they just wanted to be with him? We would never hear the end of it.
True.
We would never hear the end of it. And I knew what would happen. I would be right on, you know, being roasted over a spit with this. But, you know, it didn't happen that way. It happened another way. And you played the tape yourself. These guys are backpedaling on their own argument. So, and then to put that together with Kevin, I mean, Kevin roundly, soundly defeated Derrick based on something Derrick respects, which is numbers. He respects followers, views, subscribers. He lost. And I do find it ironic that that Derrick and these guys are kind of setting the terms for engagement. Then when they get beat by the terms that they set for engagement, they want to kind of roll it back. Sore losers.
So this is a loss to a group of people who feel that they can use primarily looks and or, you know, a clever sequence of words.
Yep. I mean, what else could it be? I mean, matter of fact, you know what's funny? When I was talking to all those guys over on Where's the Bad Guys channel, I was saying to them, have you watched the Tasha K shows where she interviews each of the 3 mistresses? No, they haven't. Have you gone over to her Patreon and downloaded all of the text messages and photos and all the rest of it? Well, why don't you give it to her? You got it, so why don't you give it to us? Well, no, I'm not going to do that. Number one, that would be, well, first of all, the first reason why I'm not going to do that is because I'm not going to help broke guys. See, a big part of the problem is those guys over there are broke. I have no problem paying whatever Tasha K's price is to get hold of that evidence. I have no problem with that. because I have money. These guys are broke. So then, just on that principle alone, I'm not going to help them. Number two, it's not fair to Tasha K. She puts a lot of work, whatever you may think of her, she puts a lot of hard work into what she does. And she deserves to get paid for what she does. She has legal teams. She has sound engineers, video guys, her own talent. So she deserves to get paid for the work that she's put in. So I have no problem paying for that. These guys want it for the free. That sounds familiar, right? See, these guys are kind of like losers. I'm not saying that to just take a dig at anybody. I'm telling the truth.
Okay. I mean, that's not the opinion of the show necessarily, but yeah, you're entitled to yours. I get that.
Yeah. And if these guys were really interested in getting the facts, they would have beat me to the punch. But they didn't. So I'm the only guy there with the facts on hand. They're not, but they're still going to argue me down about what happened and if this happened, if that happened. They don't even know what they're talking about. They just don't know what they're talking about. And this is something, again, you know, I take responsibility for it because that's how leaders lead. Leaders lead from the front. It's happened on my watch, so I'm going to do what I can to stamp it out. This got to stop. And, you know, a guy that has any sense of honor about him will admit when they're wrong. We know Ridge won't do that. So, I mean, you know, really, I mean, yeah, they lost.
Now, why didn't the argument go to Derrick Jaxn just didn't have the mouthpiece? I'm curious because we don't really know if he has mouthpiece or not. Like they can, by the way, it's only got like, 52 likes. If y'all can hit that like button, I greatly appreciate it. There's 117 people watching. I should be at least 75, at least, you know, 75, 80. So yeah, I greatly appreciate that. But, dang, I lost my train of thought. So, what if Derrick? Why didn't the argument go that Derrick Jaxn doesn't have mouthpiece and therefore had to pay? Like, how come it didn't go there? I'm curious because we don't really know if he has mouthpiece or not. It seemed like, you know, they could have labeled what he did trick in lieu of mouthpiece, not in lieu of, you know, physique and things like that.
Right. Because again, back to what you call the halo effect. You know, they're still holding on like the Simply Red song from back in the day, in spite of the actual facts.
Okay.
If I mean, they're by their own argument, if he has mouthpiece, what's the need to spend any money for?
But if he has looks, what's the need to spend any money for?
Exactly. Right? If he's got all that going for him, then why does he need to spend any money at all? What's the point? He doesn't need to spend any money. Period. Right? Okay. I mean, that would be the argument, right? He's got the height, he's got the swag, he's got the look. So, as a matter of fact, some of these guys argue that you don't need to have great mouthpieces when you look like that. You just walk up on them and it's on. Well, evidently, that was not true. Now it's on for mud ducks. I've switched from calling Derrick Jaxn overgrown simp. Now I'm calling King of the Mud Ducks because those are the women that you can pull. You can pull, you know, average at best looking chicks. That's what a lot of these guys don't want to admit. You can pull average at best looking chicks when you like that. But if you want hotties, you're going to have more than that, brother. Bottom line, you're going to have more than that. And there's a brother on YouTube who bears this out. He goes by the name of Brandon Rashad. And he recently talked about this. He said he went to a woman's house that he went to go see, and she made it known right off the rip, what you gonna give me? And he said, excuse me? She said, yeah, you gotta pay for this. You know? And you know, he was kind of taken aback by it. But and she's on Instagram and very well known. He refuses to give her name publicly. But not only does she roll like that, she has a whole ring of fellow Instagram model types who roll like that. And these are ladies that deal with ballers and rappers and various entertainers and people of that sort. And she told him that they all have to pay to play. So, you know, again, I'm just, you know, using their own argument. If what they say is true, then how do we explain what went on here? I mean, he had to ante up quite a bit, which is what I'm talking about with regard to the first mistress in particular. Is not something that's a closely guarded state secret.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's something that you can look up. Any of us can go and look up for ourselves and verify. So I mean, we can always look it up. And he had to ante up. Period.
Especially since even though there was a sense where he had physique, however, he wasn't, like he known her for a decade prior, and he had the physique during that time period. Yeah. No, I see exactly what that means. That does represent something bad. But I'm gonna say this because I've been attempting to do so for quite some time, or not quite some time, since I'd say like April, or not April. What was it? Like February, March. It is easier to buy a suit in Cologne than it is to develop a six-pack, because I haven't achieved that goal.
Well,
I haven't achieved that goal this year, I should say. So why it seemed like if they're taking the path of least resistance, then why not take that path? Why not take the Kevin Samuels path of, having a more sophisticated look versus, I'm going to relate to the six-pack guy because I feel that I'm closer to him. It seems like you're closer to your nearest suit store than you are, or to your nearest tailor than you are to this.
Well, because see, I don't think what a lot of these guys really understand is the look is just a final touch or the icing on the cake to what's under the suit. And, that goes back to the whole thing with Kevin talking about the high value man concept. It starts out with money, but that's just the very first hurdle. It goes from there. And so, there's the phrase empty suit, which Derrick Jaxn certainly is. And you don't want to be an empty suit. You want to be a guy that has some substance underneath the suit. So, yeah, you're right. You could go and, get a tailor or what have you. But if you don't have anything else going for you other than that, it's going to become very apparent. And so, it takes a lot more work to develop yourself along the lines that Kevin is suggesting than along the lines that these other guys are suggesting. It takes a whole lot more work. It takes years, to tell you the truth. It takes a long time, takes years. A lot of these guys, they don't do that.
Okay, so you mentioned the whole "don't knock my hustle" thing,
right?
Okay, why is it that certain guys feel perfectly comfortable knocking, Kevin Samuels' hustle? Like, this does seem to be a very similar hustle. I mean, they both have an audience comprised of the same demographic, Black women, but they're comfortable with that. The whole "don't knock the hustle" thing doesn't really apply when stuff comes out about Kevin Samuels. I noticed that. Yeah,
and the reason why is because a lot of the guys in this space that we're talking about can't relate to Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they can relate more to Derrick than they can relate to Kevin. I think you said words to this effect before I came on. Something about you were speaking specifically about the whole tricking piece. You was playing the tape,
right?
And it seemed to you that this is more a question of personality than actual definitions. And that's exactly what it is. These guys can't relate to Kevin. And, I said this recently over on Bernard's show. For some Black men, and we have a noisy contingent in the Black manosphere, change is very, very frightening. Yeah, I love change. I love evolution. I love, the idea of trying out new things and rising to new challenges. But for a lot of Black men, that's very threatening. Stepping out of their comfort zone, doing something new, trying things out. They have a fear of failure. I don't mind failing. I'll try a whole bunch of things until something sticks. But a lot of these guys have a big problem with that. And that's a major problem in their own personal development. And that's the reason why I kind of look askance a bit at the whole self-improvement argument, because it's very limited. You know, the easiest thing a man can do is pick up some weights. The hardest thing a man can do is train and discipline his mind.
Okay, so because I would argue that the easiest thing a man could do is buy a suit, but provided that it's, you know, within his economic range, and I'm sure for most it is. You know, it seemed like that would be the easiest thing a man can do, but that's interesting. It's more interesting that a lot of the guys who promote this lifestyle doesn't come close to Derrick's physique, but they feel that that's more obtainable. So I get it. So basically, there's privileges that goes to the most relatable person, the one that has what they feel that they can get at some point in their life. I get it now. So the reason why I say this is because when you look at certain movies, right? There is a lot of quote unquote tricking going on by the definition that they would apply it to myself, you, or Kevin. For example, there's a scene from the movie Dead Presidents where, you know, the guy Cuddy, he drives around in a Cadillac, and then he gives a woman $200, and, you know, he's constantly paying this woman's bills. She's a single mother of Lorenz Tate's character, and he's paying her bills, he's sleeping with her, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, that should be considered tricking. In fact, if he was a upper middle class white guy, it would definitely be considered tricking. But since he's not, he was kind of just like, you know, that definition doesn't apply to him. No one ever called him a trick. He's a player pimp Mac, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that's sleeping with another guy's, you know, wife. So, you know, there's that aspect. There's the movie New Jack City where, you know, where G Money said they'll do anything for this. I get my Jimmy wax every day, several times a day, which means that he's exchanging crack for fellatio.
Right.
And that was also mentioned in Boys in the Hood. So they're exchanging goods for services. But, and then also there's the trope of the rapper, baller, or player pimp Mac in the strip club making it rain, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. These guys aren't really called trick ever.
Yeah, and there's a reason for it.
Mm-hmm.
Because these are guys that these guys admire and like. Really, trick is used as a derogatory term for a lot of guys, and you know, actually, it says more. It says something more about the guys making the derogatory remark than it does about the actual guy who's supposed to be a John or a trick.
So yes, it is very telling. It is very telling about who you admire, who you want to be like, and who's your leader, so to speak.
Right. Yeah. So I kind of see it as it's kind of sad. You know, that's how I view it. I feel it's kind of sad. This is a sad state of affairs, and don't really know what to make of that, you know. Other than I know that I got to do whatever I can to kind of root it out, but other than that, it's kind of sad, man. It really is. It's kind of sad.
Now, is this something that you're going to cover in your next book?
Yeah, I have to, because that's part of the ongoing story. With regard to Jackson and what happened there. So yeah, I absolutely have to cover it.
Well, not just the Jackson aspect. I think that it's worth exploring this whole dynamic that that guys have with, you know, with other guys, essentially.
Yeah, I actually have. Well, it's not. I don't think it's in the current book. It'll be in the second one. But I have addressed. I call it the non-select guy's burden. I talk about the dirty Mackin piece. So yeah, those will be in the Book of Obsidian Volume 2. I planned it out for a trilogy, possibly might go beyond that, but so far I planned for a trilogy. So I have the first book out now, and I'm working on the second one. I don't know when I'm gonna do the cutoff on the writing and start narrowing down the chapters, but it's ongoing. It's being written as we speak, and it will definitely be covered in the second chapter, in the second volume of the Book of Obsidian, definitely.
Now, let me ask you, what is your definition of dirty macking, and have you experienced that in this space?
Dirty macking is the hood way of saying a more clinical term, which is derogation of competitors, both male and female do it. It's unique to humans in terms of verbally, but primates have been observed dirty macking, baboons and so forth. And the idea of it is to it's a mating strategy of sorts to try to denigrate a potential competitor. So you say, well, yeah, you realize he's gay, right? Or you realize he's not really high value. He doesn't even have a car. Stuff like that. And again, both men and women do it. And has it been done to me? Yep, sure has. But it's a tricky strategy because it only works if who you're talking to is apt to buy into it. So for example, it's a known fact that men are more quote unquote hardwired to desire sexual variety on a short-term basis with as many willing females as possible. So if a woman goes to a guy who's got his eyes on another woman and says, she's a hoe, right? Now, if he's in the market for a long-term relationship or even a wife, it'll work. On the other hand, if he's just in the market to just get a good time, Charlene, and just have a good time, it'll fail. Conversely, well, on the male side now. So, a woman is checking out guy A, guy B comes along and says, you realize he's gay, right? Now, if she's interested in a man that's going to be interested in her, it might work. It just might work. She might listen to this guy, so is he really gay or whatever, that sort of thing might work. But if she's interested in something else in the man, it may not work. So it's a tricky strategy. It's been around for so long because it does work, at least some of the time. But dirty macking is a very real thing in Black American life. Definitely. I've written about it, and it'll be in a Book of Obsidian Volume 2.
Okay, so why is it done in instances like with Kevin? Because Kevin doesn't really talk much about his personal romantic dealings at present. So it's not like these guys are after the same girl as Kevin. Like a person who would dirty mac probably doesn't even live in the same vicinity or anything like that. So why is it done in the area in the case of someone like Kevin?
Good question. I think the reason why is because, as you pointed out a little while ago, so he's got a lot of female attention, and that's a kind of proxy of sorts to speak to Kevin's attractiveness, just like we had with Derrick Jaxn. If you got all these women over there, then it has to say something about his attractiveness, at least to some extent. And it's the same thing with Kevin. Is he got all these women over there? It has to say something to his attractiveness to some extent. So guys will try to dirty mac on that and try to, the whole gay thing. And, he's a deadbeat. He didn't pay his child support. He's been married and divorced twice. These are all cues that women would be sensitive to. So the idea that, he abandoned his family, women would be sensitive to that. The idea that he would be gay, i.e. not interested sexually in women, they would be sensitive. The idea that he's been married and divorced twice, i.e. incapable or unable or unwilling or all of the above to keep a long-term relationship with a woman going. They will be sensitive to that. So they would try to use those different things to try to derogate his character, derogate his reputation and so forth. The problem is that the strategy doesn't work. Because, and the reason why we say the strategy doesn't work is because we can tune over to Kevin's shows on Instagram or YouTube and see nothing but women streaming through the door. So it doesn't work. That's the problem. And that goes back to my point about derogation of competitors. It's a very tricky thing. You got to be careful with how you work that because it might backfire. And in this case, it has.
Yeah, I think it definitely is. And I think also because of how Kevin Samuels deal with, things like that, just by ignoring it, and because he's probably used to it, to be quite honest. Now, I'm going to ask something, and don't take this as an attempt to dig, but I am curious. How would you define what you're doing to Derrick Jaxn, if not dirty macking?
Well, I never said that he was a horrible husband. I never said that he was gay. I never said that that he was an adulterer. I never said any of those things. If you go back to all the videos and podcasts that I've done on him, I always addressed his statements. I never said disparaging things about his character. I always addressed his statements that are on the record in public, and then I deconstructed them. That's different from derogating someone's character who may not have made a public statement as a public figure. So it's a big. Although now we can say with authority that Derrick Jaxn is unable to keep a marriage going for even 5 years, which I find interesting comparing to Kevin. I believe Kevin's been married longer than that in both his marriages, and Derrick hasn't been able to stay in one marriage for even, I think it was 4 years before he was cutting up, and has no game, which is true, is a trick, which is true, and is king of the mud ducks, which is largely true.
Well, yeah. No, I mean, I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm saying that these things can be looked at as an attempt to, down his character in order to up yours. You see where I'm going with that, right? Yeah,
but the problem is that he doesn't need my help. He did a pretty good job doing it himself. Back in March, I don't think he needs my help or anybody else's help, to tell you the truth. He did a pretty good job, pretty much torpedoing his own character and impugning his own, pretty much hoisting himself on his own petard. He did that himself. Can't say it couldn't happen to a better guy either.
Okay. So you don't like the guy, but you don't necessarily want what he has as far as access to women, because he seems to have the same access to women that most guys have to $1,000 or however much he spent on the first woman.
That's an interesting point, because when I was reading over all the evidence, I said, man, this just comes down to a straight bidding war. This ain't about jawlines and height and muscles. This is about do re mi. Who can, to the highest bidder. That's and when in a broad sense, that's what mating is all about. Women go to the highest bidders. A woman has 3 suitors. Whoever can offer her the biggest ring and the best deal, she's gonna go with that. So it's not that far off. So
do you think that looks isn't really much of a factor when it comes to a woman's desired mating choices?
Not according to the study and the science. No. It does it matter? Sure. But nowhere near as it does to the other way around. A lot of guys, here we go again, a lot of guys are projecting. For men, looks is extremely important, and we project that onto women. And there are women, particularly black women, who want to make a big deal out of that. You always have to consider the source. Who are the women that are making the biggest stink about a man's looks? They tend to be mud ducks. As a general rule, they tend to be mud ducks.
Well, is that because they have trouble selling, well, I get it. I get it for a different reason, because an attractive woman just can get with an attractive man at any time,
But those attractive men, as a general rule, those attractive men also tend to be very successful. So it's an added knock-on effect to the fact that they're very successful to begin with. Attractive women that can pretty much, pick their litter don't tend to go for poor, starving artists, hot guys. They don't tend to do that. There's a reason why really attractive women in the United States tend to be huddled in certain areas of the country. Miami, the northern part of Atlanta, Dallas, Houston, in Black America, Dallas, Houston, LA, Midtown Manhattan. There's a reason for that, because that's where all the money is.
That's where all the men with money is. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and they tend to, and conversely, the guys with the money, they don't tend to go to Boise, Idaho. They tend to go to the places where the hot chicks are. So it's a mutual, attraction thing going both ways. And studies have been repeatedly done on this, to the point of ad nauseum, that the number 2 things women like in a man is status and resources. Now, can you add looks to the pot? Sure, but they don't supersede status and resource. They just don't. If that were true, Salman Rushdie wouldn't be a thing. Look him up.
Now, your opposition often point to scenarios where where a guy who lacks in looks but has an abundance of resources, his wife or significant other would cheat on him with a person who just has looks. Now, I'm going to say something on that, and then I'll get your response to that. I don't think that that is something that happens as often as it does on the porno movies. I'm going to just throw that out there. I do think that that is a fantasy of someone who has whose penis is longer than his wallet, you know, so to speak. I do feel that this is a fantasy of a semi-jawline dude or a guy who feels that his looks is all he has. I think it's that particular fantasy. I don't think that this happens as often as one would assume, but it does happen from time to time. Why do you think this scenario is brought up, and what do you think the fascination is with it?
I think the porn piece plays a role, but I think what plays an even bigger role is, again, a lot of these guys are telling on their socioeconomic status. In the United States, divorce and adultery and stuff like that can be broken down by class. The lower you go down in class, the higher you see infidelity, adultery, cheating, divorce. So both in Black and white America, but since we're talking to a Black audience, I focus on them. In Black America, among the lower middle class and especially working class and below, infidelity and the like is extremely high. Cheating is extremely high. And part of the reason why is because there's really no penalty for cheating.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're upper middle class, you know, we just looked at the Gates, you know, getting a divorce. And it's very amicable. I mean, that's like unheard of in Black American circles, even for those who are wealthy, you know, Dr. Dre and that sort of thing. That's almost unheard of, is because they have something to lose if things go south in a divorce for both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we're talking about reputational damage, stuff like that. So they keep it quiet, keep it amicable. Everybody's still nice to each other. They can still be a de facto. So, for example, they're still going to run their foundation together. They're divorced, but they're still running the foundation together. That's an example. You know, there's a lot of goodwill that they built up with that foundation. So they have a real acrimonious divorce. What would it do to that? You know, so studies been done on this, and I think a lot of the guys who speak that way are speaking about their own experiences in the lower depths of Black American life, where such things would be true. You know, there's a lot of all kinds of sociologists have studied this, and yeah, but if you're somebody that's on the higher end of the socioeconomic spectrum, I'm not saying it never happens. What I'm saying is much less likely to happen.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you're saying that now, why do you think it is that? Because here's the thing. There are a group of guys who champion such scenarios. And I think that they do it also because it gives them a feeling of superiority over the person who is wealthy. It gives them that, you know, you may be a billionaire, but, you know, I slept with your girl, or I slept with your wife, or whatnot. But it also seems like, and trust me, you know, I'm closer to broke than I am a billionaire. So like most of us are. It does seem as though there's a sense of jubilation coming from one side, and there's a sense of I really don't care coming from the other. Like, for example, Don Sterling, you know, he had that piece that, you know, he enjoyed, even though he was married, and, you know, he did pay. He had a sugar baby. Plain and simple. He didn't really seem bothered that she was sleeping with other guys for free. However, you know, I mean, he even said, you know, listen, you know, you could sleep with these guys, just don't bring them to the games. It's a bad look. Is, you know, I'm more concerned with image than I am with who goes into your vagina.
Right.
He does seem more secure is what I'm getting at.
Right.
You know, it's a greater security. It's like, you know, do what you want. You know, you're gonna come back here because, you know, this is where your bread gets buttered. And if not, really don't care because I can have another one of you. Where, you know, to these guys, you're all they have. You validate their manhood, but his manhood seems to be valid regardless of her.
Right. Well, yeah, there definitely is that aspect of it. Definitely. I don't know if I would I don't know if I would do what he did, but never Sperling did. But nevertheless, yeah, you make a really good point. You know, and that sort of thing is not unheard of. You know, I'm not. That's not an endorsement, but yeah, I would agree with you on that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not at all unheard of.
And why do you think it is that in the Black community, unlike most, tricking is the like greatest insult? I think like for a samurai warrior, coward would be the greatest insult, or, you know, dishonor would be the, you know, greatest insult. Why is it in our community tricking is the greatest insult?
Because
like, it's not dumb, it's not, you know, lazy, it's not simple. Like none of these things, like these things could roll off of a Black man's back, but trick seems to be like, you know, the ultimate. How dare you? You've insulted my honor. Like what is that?
Well, again, here we go again with the point about not having resources. You know, Dr. Elijah Anderson's talked about this in 2 books, Streetwise and his better known work, Code of the Street rather, where he talks about this. And yeah, I would agree with them. Here we go again. We see a situation where you know, a lot of guys that, you know, don't have a whole bunch in the way of resources, don't have the wherewithal to, you know, even, you know, qualify to be you know, a father and a husband. So it kind of, you know, reduces to your ability to kind of talk the panties off a woman. And those guys who have the means to kind of circumvent that are kind of looked down upon. You know, derogation of competitors writ large, dirty Mac and writ large. It's kind of sad when you think about it.
Yeah. So they're not dirty macking on the individual. They're dirty macking on a particular representation of Black men. I get it. Yeah. You know, they're dirty macking on the concept of a man who, and keep in mind, and this is also an interesting thing amongst Black people. Just because you have money doesn't necessarily means that you lack in the looks department.
Yeah, it's possible, and obviously, if you have money, this should go without saying, but we are where we are. If you have money, you can improve your appearance. You can eat better. You can get gym training. You can get tailors. So, you know, if you have success like that, it tends to go hand in hand.
Right.
You may not be, you know, a sculpted Adonis, but you can certainly improve your appearance. Definitely. So, you know, I agree with you. The idea that you have money and you just a schlub is like, no.
Okay. So you've experienced firsthand as the, you know, quote unquote, non-select brother, this derogation of character. And so have I with the stove thing. And, you know, because my physical appearance isn't out there, but with the stove thing, it does seem to be a strong attempt to degrade my character, even though I never claimed to be a wealthy man, you know, or a
what was interesting, you know, let's assume for the sake of argument, you know, what's funny about bringing it back to me, the only people that make a big deal about my appearance, this goes back to the homoerotic deal again. The only people that made a big deal about my appearance are other guys, not women.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even somebody like Cynthia G said that Obsidian's problem, his looks are the least of his problem. Those were her exact words.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as Black women are concerned, I'm either attractive or neutral, but I'm not repulsive. But in the eyes of a lot of these guys floating around in the Black manosphere, my appearance is a problem, even after I put on a nice suit that they'll never wear. So, I mean, you know, you have to ask, what is that really all about? I think it's derogation of competitors.
So basically, they're trying to say to women, you should not mess with guys who look like Obsidian or less.
Right. Or what they see as less, because again, the ladies don't have a problem with it. They good with it. They okay with it. Problem, the ladies have no problem with that.
So, do you feel that is it reasonable to assume that you have access to the Derrick Jaxn's first mistress?
I don't see why not. I don't see why not. It's just a matter of money. I don't see why I wouldn't. I will be limited only in my ability to outbid Derrick.
There is a theory. I guess theory probably is not the best word for it, but there's a belief out there that though you have equal access to her, because you have access to $1,000, that the sex that she gives you is going to be inferior to the sex that she gives Derrick Jaxn. What is your thought on that?
That's interesting too. Tasha K was very keen to ask about, well, to be fair, she didn't ask about her Candace's sexual performance. She asked about Derrick's, and as it turned out, Derrick was more interested in eating the groceries, so to speak, than really piping her down. So what I say to all that is this: it's and this is especially true for women. Women have no idea what they're going to get in the bedroom. Just because a guy looks great, he may be a dud. And as a matter of fact, truth be told, if you're a fly on the wall with a lot of women talking, black women in particular, a lot of guys who look fantastic don't wind up being all that in the bedroom. So, and the other way, and then there's the other way around. I saw a brother in the chat room saying, well, these sisters are making a big stink out of your height. I've lost count. I'm not the type to kiss and tell, so I don't want to give any details, but I'll just say this. I know for a fact that there are a lot of sisters in the closet when it comes to shorter guys. I'll put it that way. There are a lot of sisters that are in the closet. Okay? They'll never admit it publicly, but they be getting piped down by short dudes all the time on the quiet. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be writing about that in the upcoming book. I plan, if everything goes right, it'll be out next year on heightism and dating. And that's that. There's a lot of sisters that be in the closet. I've experienced it. I've had sisters tell me outright, if I was any shorter, they wouldn't want to be seen in public with me, but they continue to have sex with me. It happens a lot more than we're willing to admit. So the other thing too is black women do a lot of capping, man. Black women are like master cappers. They cap. And and in truth, what they say and what they do, and this is like an old pickup adage, don't pay attention to what women say, watch what they do. You could never be truer with black women. You always got to, take what they say with a grain of salt.
Collectively, do you think that black women are changing generally what they are seeking in a man?
No. They still like guys who are successful and have some measure of status and resources. That's pretty much the same. If anything, I would say it's the other way around. It's been strongly reinforced with Kevin's if Kevin is anything to go by, it's been strongly reinforced, if anything. So yeah. I don't think it's something that has or will likely change anytime soon. With much to the chagrin of a lot of brothers, by the way. I mean, think about it. You got, anywhere from 20 to 40,000 live listeners and a stream of black women calling in, all saying that they want a brother that's bare minimum $100,000 a year without, after taxes. How does that make you feel as a brother listening to that? I can imagine a lot of the brothers, in and around the black manosphere, kind of seething on the sidelines in impotent rage.
And that's and I could definitely understand that. But more or less, they weren't talking like that 20 years ago or 30 years ago, or they weren't really talking about that, because it seemed like they were more focused on being the financial head as opposed to seeking a financial superior.
Well, my take on that, my remembrance of all that was that back then, a lot of black women were into the notion of a power couple. I'm talking about going back to the 80s and 90s and early aughts. They were into the idea of a power couple. That is to say, you would get, she would bring her greatness to the table, and she would give it a guy who's equally as great, and they'd be great together and that sort of thing. But whether or not now that hasn't panned out, but not for the reasons a lot of black women like to tell themselves. It didn't pan out because although you may indeed be great educationally and professionally, if you're not all that great looking, guys who are your equal in that respect, will choose something else. And we see evidence of this in people like Barack Obama and Ralph Richard Banks and, Hill Harper and so forth. These highly educated guys with great, academic and educational pedigrees and great careers. I'm sorry, they don't get with, a homegirl that's, barely 5 foot tall and 180 pounds. They just don't. Even, I'll give a better example. Stacey Abrams. Yeah, both her and her sister. I can't account for the school that I believe his younger sister went to, but I do know that she was a federal judge appointed by Barack Hussein Obama, and she wound up marrying an ex-convict. And if you look up the pictures, you'll see why. Stacey Abrams, I mean, the closest she's going to get to a hot hunky guy is doing the Zane thing with writing the steamy novels. That's not to take anything away from her. She's a very intelligent woman. But brothers that got their act together like that, they don't want that. So, that was the main argument that I remember back then, was that the ladies, had it going on, and they were so wonderful and all the rest of it, and they were just going to do the damn thing, and they would get together with a guy who's equally like that, kind of, sort of, Oprah type of deal, sort of, where they get with a really, hot, top, accomplished guy, and Oprah proves herself that that's something that doesn't happen very often. So.
Okay, so basically you're saying that the desires remain the same, everything remains the same, it's just the willingness of the people, or excuse me, so the desires remain the same, it's just that they're calling Kevin, trying to figure out ways to change their strategy on how to become a power couple.
Yeah. But of course we all know Kevin's response to that is that a lot of these ladies are vastly estimating their value, and that's the problem that a lot of these ladies have, expressed in the current dust up between him and Dr. Umar. Because in a very real sense, if you think about it, if you're the type of sister that Derrick had been pining away for over a decade, are you really going to be kind of like hanging on every utterance of Dr. Umar? Not likely. We have to start thinking in terms of profiles, which is something a lot of black people are kind of uncomfortable with, but it's a very real thing. And the profile of a Dr. Umar fan ain't going to be Candace DeBaneros. I'm sorry. It's going to come closer to Stacey Abrams. So, just like, I know firsthand the kind of women that Derrick attracts to his events. And I'm telling you, there ain't no Candace DeBaneros in the crowd. Mm-hmm. They come a lot closer to Stacey Abrams than they do her. So, and that's something that Kevin highlights to these ladies and lets them know that guys who got their act together, they ain't checking for that, and that may be harsh to say, but true. I mean, it's out, we all saw what happened just recently with Lizzo. Mm-hmm. He tried to holler at Captain America himself. I mean, like, really? Come on. I mean, every brother that every man that she's tried to holler at has rebuffed her without exception. Now, to his credit, Chris Evans arguably was, the most gentlemanly of them all to do it, but he still did it. I mean, the world is telling Lizzo that she's gunning out of her league. The world keeps telling her that.
Well, not the world. Okay, so here's what I noticed when it comes to people like Lizzo. There are a group of dudes who will sleep with Lizzo.
Yes.
And these dudes fit a very particular archetype.
Yes.
And it's an archetype that a lot of women just simply aren't interested in.
Right.
So, however, it seems as though they're drawing their confidence from this particular group of dudes while in search of Chris Evans,
Right.
you know, or Anthony Mackie or Michael B. Jordan or anybody else Disney signed,
Right.
you know. So, with that being said, let's see. That's what I meant when I said earlier that they're changing what they're looking for, because it seemed before that Lizzo was perfectly comfortable in seeking the guys that was interested in her. Because there was never really a time where Chris Evans would have been interested in Lizzo.
Right.
And vice versa, probably. But now it's shifting. Like, her interest is less in the guys who are interested in her and more in the guys that, you know, every other woman wants.
If you're suggesting that that a lot of black women in our days and times don't want to go for what is in their lane, I would agree. Kevin bears this out night after. He's been doing this now for a year. The proverbial 5, let me put it this way, the proverbial black female 5 doesn't want to get with the black male 5. She wants to get a black male 8 or 9, and it just doesn't work. Or in
it works if she has money and he doesn't.
Right. The argument, and you're 100% correct. The argument is that since I have money and status and resources, that should compensate for my lack of beauty. The problem is the guys aren't in the market for, the guys that you're in the market for aren't interested in your status and resources. They're interested in what they're interested in, and you don't possess it. And that's that. And that's the reason why you keep getting shot down.
Right. Right. With the elephant gun in Lizzo's case.
Yeah.
All right. So Mr. Shane Vicious said, GC needs to check his root chakras and correct it. Yeah. My root chakras are perfectly in line when it comes to Lizzo. She doesn't do anything to my chakras. All right. And says, who really would want a Lizzo? You would be surprised at how many guys would overlook how overweight she is. Now, these guys are typically black, and they want to maintain the appearance of being a ladies' man. So what they would do is they would get with Lizzo, sleep with her once or twice maybe, and then brag about it to their friends. See, when you reduce sex to bragging rights, Victoria, what ends up happening is guys just have sex with anybody and then find something to brag about the encounter. Like, they won't say that I just had sex with a woman who's nearly 300 pounds. They will say that I just had sex with a pop star. I just had sex with a millionaire. I just had sex with this brown skinned girl, with great head and big tits. They'll paint the story the best way possible. So that's who would do it. Guys who look at sex as something, the guys. As a woman, I'm pretty sure you know the guys that I'm talking about. The guys that talk to a minimum of 15 women a day and then get laid once by a woman that looks like Lizzo. Like, those guys would do it because, they're in perpetual thirst. Not necessarily thirst for sex, even though they're in that too. They're in perpetual search for bragging rights because their manhood is measured by how often they have sex with a woman, quality aside. Obsidian, do you mind if I open up the panel?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm waiting for some dinner to come through, and I was trying to see if I'm going to fire up a live stream later on tonight. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Somebody said, didn't Gabrielle say, I don't know if she got married. I do know that she was seeing somebody, and okay, don't get me wrong. There are legitimate chubby chasers out there. And if that's what you are, why not get with a rich person like that? I don't know if this guy's just an opportunist or what have you. I mean, it wouldn't be surprised if, she gets divorce raped later. I would not be surprised if that happens. Okay. So Danica, dope discussions. Thanks a lot, love. I appreciate you. He says, showing love, peace. All right, thanks. She always like to stop by and help the cause. I appreciate you. Thanks a lot, love. All right, Pablo, what's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Nothing much.
So, I like to frame this in my favorite area of life that I enjoy in my spare time, sports.
Okay.
So, the guys that we're talking about, they view the game changers of the world, the Obsidians of the world, and the Pablos of the world as Steph Curry, right?
Okay.
They view Derrick Jaxn as LeBron James, a physical freak, naturally gifted, 6'8" specimen, you know. But you see, when Steph Curry first kind of got on the scene in the NBA, it wasn't about being a physical freak. It was about skill, agility, repetition, hard work. And they view that sometimes as a cheat code. It's cheating the system. Well, I don't have a 42-inch vertical. So what I can do is come across the half court line and shoot a 35-footer before you can set your defense. So if Pablo takes a flight to Colombia and gets in a hot tub with some beautiful Latinas, it's cheating the system.
Mm-hmm.
If Game Changer, can buy a stove for a woman who is as beautiful as Halle Berry, after smashing, it's cheating. Right? After,
even though it costs less than the $1,000 that was spent on the one girl.
Yeah, but you're not Derrick Jaxn. You're not. You don't have 26-inch biceps. You're cheating. It's a cheat code to them.
Mm-hmm.
In the same way that people were resistant when Steph Curry first started shooting those 35-footers in the NBA playoffs. This can't last. He can't continue to do this. It's not real. It's gonna stop. He's gonna start missing, and they're gonna get knocked out of the playoffs. And it didn't happen.
Okay, so I kind of
start missing, and they're gonna get knocked out of the playoffs, and it didn't happen.
So I kind of see where you're going with this, except for one thing. The people who are making this argument also don't have 26-inch biceps or, a 46-inch span. So,
right. I know it doesn't make sense, like to you and I, but to them, that's how they view it. They view, if Game Changer can, fly down to the Dominican Republic or whatever it is that you do, you're smart, you live in an area that is probably one of the most expensive places in the United States of America to live. So you're not rich, but you're not poor.
Right.
So they view you as more in close proximity to them. No, you're not driving a Lamborghini, but you're closer in proximity to them. And so in order to bring you down a notch, as Obsidian says, derogation of competitors, they can't allow you to appear to be superior because it breaks the rules. It's cheating. They don't view Derrick Jaxn as cheating the system.
But he broke the same rule I did.
Doesn't matter. He fits the metrics. It's measure.
I get why, and Obsidian covered it a lot when we were talking about the halo effect and everything like that. Like, you know, I get it, but I just can't get over it because it is very unbalanced. But young East, what's on your mind?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's up, brother?
I'm gonna try to answer the question. What is tricking?
Okay.
If you if you use if a female uses any monetary gain, if monetary gain is her primary reason for messing with you, you know, I don't care if it's a little bit of money or a lot of money, you're tricking. Okay.
Okay.
In my opinion, Derrick Jaxn, he's really not getting any he's really not getting any of the shame for tricking because it's not viewed as his only lane to get laid. If tricking is your primary lane or your only lane, there's gonna be some guys that's gonna look at you like, you know, there's a loser status there. But if it's just one of those things that you do for fun, like rappers, entertainers, they don't have to trick. They just do that shit because, you know, she's a whore. I don't really care. I got so much money, it doesn't even matter. So if like I said, if it's your primary reason for mating, for long
If it's
term,
her primary reason,
huh?
You saying if it's her primary reason, right?
Well, a man. If it's a man's primary reason for mating, period, whether it's long term or short term, then a lot of people are gonna look at that as tricking. That's really what I wanted to say. So yeah, if you take a guy that's using other ways to get laid, people are just gonna have more respect for that.
Okay, so let me ask this right quick because I'm curious. He knew her for 10 years prior, so you know, the first mistress, and she didn't have sex with him until money literally was in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Is that tricking?
In that case, I would say yeah. But everyone looks at Derrick Jaxn like he doesn't have to do that to get laid. I mean,
men are determining what it takes. So, in order for men to think that way, they would have to say he looks like somebody that they would lay if they were women. Like that's the only way you could come to that conclusion.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, it's like looking at Jeremy Minks. Everyone's gonna objectifiably say, "I think that's a handsome guy." Whether you're a dude or you're a girl, you're gonna say, "I could see why girls like him." It's the same way with Derrick Jaxn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they're. I'll go for it.
I have a question. So it appears that there were two women who were less attractive that he didn't have to break out the yacht, the 40-foot yacht, the flights, the $1,000 in cash on the nightstand. He didn't have to break that out for them. But for the most attractive one, he did break out the $1,000 on the nightstand, the yacht, and the flights to Mexico. So is this dependent upon the type of woman?
Does it depend upon the type of woman, whether she's attractive or not? Is that what you're saying? It depends on how she views you. It depends on if she looks at you like, oh, you should pay for me. She could be an attractive woman or she could be very normal. It doesn't really matter. It just matters how she looks at you.
Well, how did she look at Derrick Jaxn? Because he came out of pocket for one and not the other two.
Well, you got your answer. She didn't really she wasn't feeling him like that. When a girl likes you, they don't make you do that. As a matter of fact, they actually feel guilty for making you pay for something that they would give you for free.
Hello?
Okay, so yeah, Useless Familiar has something interesting here. Let me put you in the tank, brother. All right, he says the reason tricking is looked down upon is because it's sex without validation. Most men in this space can't separate the two. Okay, so I get what Useless Familiar is saying in conjunction with what Young East is saying. He's basically saying that Derrick Jaxn is valid by men no matter what he does. You know, he is valid, so he has that validation, which means he can't rightly trick because he's a valid man.
There's always going to be guys that's just there's always going to be guys that's going to look down on I guess tricking. There's guys that look down if you keep a stay-at-home wife. They look down on you for that. And they'll say, "Oh, you're tricking if you do that, even though it's your wife." So I get what he's saying. Sex without validation, yeah, it could be considered that to some guys, but that's just what it is. Like some, I don't know what's everybody's problem, because if you take a girl on a date, like say you take a girl on a date, for like $100, you just dinner and a movie, you know, and she says, I'm willing to fuck you now. I'm willing to have sex with you now. But prior to that, she pretty much wasn't gonna do it. You know, to me, that's still tricking. Like if you have to date her, pay for food and shit just to get her to smash, yeah, it's probably still tricking. Some guys are like, no, I dated her. It's like, no, just because you pay up front, or just because someone pays up front versus somebody paying on the back end, it's still the same shit. So I don't, you know what I mean? Like,
I don't know, because it seems like tricking is always paid up front. Like, you know.
Well, yeah, tricking is always paid up front, but I mean, there's a lot of ways to do it. I'm sure if you get all the way into the nuances of tricking, you'll see that some guys pay girls a monthly stipend. There's many ways to do it.
Sugar daddies, yeah.
Yeah, but if you're like a serial dater and you're looking for a girl to have sex with, a lot of those girls that you probably had sex with, they probably wouldn't have had sex with you had you not took them on a date, had you not tricked that money off prior. I mean, sorry, not prior. Had you not tricked that money off, period. So
the only problem I have with your definition, and then I'll go to Nuruddin. The only problem I have with your definition is that it leaves the power completely on the woman's head, because a guy could not know, you know, if a woman would or would not have slept with him, you know, outside of the money. He probably wouldn't know. So she basically has the authority to make just about any guy a trick.
Well, yeah, most women, that's the game right now. That's the game right now. Really, what you're looking for is, but when you're tricking, you're paying for every other girl's lack of interest. If you want to be frank,
yeah, but we don't. I mean, if a guy doesn't know that she has a lack of interest otherwise, then, you know, like, how can he be labeled for doing something that he was unaware of?
Yeah, I'll agree with you that, but that's the game. The one of the biggest.
That's the game, huh?
Yeah, that's the game. One of the.
Why is it
one of the biggest obstacles of the game is finding out what girl is actually interested? For real.
So why is it being determined? Why is it being defined by men then? Because, you know, like in my scenario with the stove, if you're familiar with it, it's men that are calling me tricks.
I'm not familiar with the stove thing.
When I was in the Dominican, after sleeping with a woman for several weeks, I bought her a stove. I realized her apartment didn't have a stove in it.
Mm-hmm.
To make a long story short, and I've been called trick for that particular scenario. Now,
didn't they call you Stovegate?
Yeah, they called me Stovegate. They called me a lot of things as a result of that. Now, we really don't know if she was willing to sleep with me regardless of the money. There's no way of determining that. I mean, one can argue that she did before, because she slept with me before she received the stove. But the counter argument would be that she slept with me because she's aware that I had a means to purchase gifts. So, you know, like it's undetermined. However, it is being, you know, labeled by men, not women, by men.
When you're going overseas, and it's widely known, like most guys that go overseas, like you're going there for the sole purpose of sleeping with, you know, overseas women. So it's a big thing.
I go pretty much everywhere I go. I hope to sleep with attractive women.
Well, that going overseas is like a primary, you know what I mean? Everyone looks at that like, oh, you're going there to trick. So
it's going to the club and buying bottles and VIP.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Going to the club.
That's actually a good argument. The club thing, and, you know, I didn't mean to interrupt you, East, but yeah, as I see it, I see no other reason why men go to clubs or really, you know, go to online dating services or anything like that.
Well, like going to the club or like using Tinder. I mean, like I said, you're just trading sex for sex, orgasm for orgasm. That's really what you're looking for.
However, what's wrong with that?
Okay, however, if something is purchased, because there are, let's be clear, there are prostitutes, legit prostitutes on these dating sites. But I mean, that aside, if something was purchased in a process both before and after, why would it be considered different? Because this is a venue that you went to hoping for a sexual encounter.
And I don't think anything's wrong with that.
People go to other countries to exchange genitalia for genitalia either. I mean, I get it that sex tourists exist, but you know, like Johns exist domestically too.
And let me tell you, I live in Atlanta, and before I was married, I would go out to nightclubs here in Atlanta. It was nothing for me to see black men spend $1,500, $2,000 a night in a VIP section buying bottles for women that they just met. That was regular. That was every weekend.
That's
Pablo.
that's
You think Atlanta? You think it's in Atlanta, New York City is? I did it myself. I mean, a lot of guys do it. They do it in the hopes of getting that chick home with them. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
But that's a lack of game. That's a lack of game. That's a lack. You're gambling.
Listen, when you're with a woman, you're gonna pay regardless.
No, that's cap. No, that's cap. Just girls.
How is that capping?
It's facts, dude. Just girls that I slept with, and any nigga could say there's girls that anybody slept with that you didn't have to pay. You don't have to pay. Like, you don't have to take a girl anywhere for the most part. Her genuine interest in you is for you.
But any way you look at it, sir, whether what I'm saying is not true or true, you're gonna end up paying regardless.
No,
whether
you're not.
Relationship.
There's girls that
I'd rather pay up front. I'd rather pay
that's
up
you.
front. At least I know what I'm getting. At least I know what I'm getting.
But wouldn't you rather it for free?
No, I mean,
I think what he's talking about, man. I think he's talking about NSA. You know, no strings attached.
Let me ask you something.
No, I get it, but let's bring this back to Derrick Jaxn, for example. He had a strings attached relationship with the first chick, where money exchange hand, and then the second chick, who this is my opinion as well, Obsidians, was significantly less attractive, where there was and I think as opposed to strings, because there are strings attached, that's why he got outed and he had to do this apology tour. But with the second woman, there was no money attached, but she was significantly less hot. So, like, should a man seek that situation just to say, oh, it's not tricking though? Like, I don't know. It seemed like fellas would probably be happier with a hotter choice. Let me read this, and then I'm gonna go to I'll get you back east, and then I'll go Nuruddin. All right. So it says Cichlid. Thanks a lot, brother. It says GC's next scandal will be he living in the hippie capital of the world and doesn't know what root chakras is. I do not want to know what root chakras are. That was the most ridiculous thing I've heard. Yeah. Okay. East up real quick, and then Nuruddin.
So Nuruddin, you ever had a girl like you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had both.
Yeah.
Where I had to pay up front, and I had girls that liked me. I mean, to me, there's no difference. I mean, any way I looked at it, whether paying for like a birthday gift for her, whether I'm going up front or whether it's in the back end, it's gonna happen regardless. There's no getting away from that.
So you're saying the sex is the same way with a girl that likes you versus a girl that you paid for?
It could be. Can you hold on a second?
That wasn't the question. What's the answer to the question?
Hold on a second.
Is the sex the same?
Actually, it's better because I'm getting the one I want. When I'm paying, I'm usually getting the woman that I selected, not one that just randomly chose me. So what if I want is better? Yes.
What if the woman that you selected is half-ass when it comes to giving you sex? Is that okay still?
That is the minority. Usually, if it's the one I select, it's because it's the one that makes my penis more erect. Yes. So,
but you know what though? Let me say that. But you know what though? It's usually, the type woman. You look at a woman, you're like, okay, damn, you think it was going to be good, and then it just wasn't good. You could be in for, a trick.
I won't say that never happens, but more often than not, the one who does it for me does it for me. You understand?
Well, you lucky, Pablo.
If you could identify the girls that actually do like you, so let's say you go to like fucking, I don't know, supermarket. If you could identify out of like 20 women in the supermarket, what girl actually like you, wouldn't you be more considered? Wouldn't you consider doing that more?
Well, if Lizzo actually liked me more, no.
No, you're missing the point. It doesn't matter how a girl looks.
Oh,
it's really,
what?
Hold on.
Are you serious?
No, hold on. Let me finish.
I knew it.
No. This is what I'm saying. A girl could be ugly. She could be cute. It's how she views you. It's how she looks at you specifically. I had girls that was. Listen, I had girls that was very attractive, and I had girls that was like ugly as hell. Both look at me the same. So you want to be able to identify. Huh?
So let me get this straight.
Wait. Okay.
Game changer. You want to take that? Go ahead.
No, you got it.
So for you, it doesn't necessarily matter how attracted you are to the woman, as long as the woman is attracted to you and you don't have to pay, it's a good deal.
No, it doesn't matter if I'm attracted to the woman. What I'm saying is, given the woman, how she looks, it doesn't change how she's gonna view me. She could be as beautiful as Beyonce in her prime, or she could look like Lizzo. How she looks at me is unique to her perception. How I look at her, though, if she look like Lizzo, I'm gonna swipe left. But the point is, huh?
No. Go ahead.
Yeah. The point is, I can identify who's checking for me, who's checking me out without having to, I don't know, pay for sex. That way, let's just take the average girl. If I want to have 2-3 girls, 4 girls, then I could just do that. I could just rotate that, which is what most guys do that believe in actually gaming chicks and finding out who like you. So, like I said, it's how she perceives you.
So you give credence to what was said earlier, that it's more about female validation than it is about sexual gratification. Because that's what you're getting. What you're describing as a situation where you get the validation because she is into you. You get that validation, but you probably don't get at least a physical stimulation. But that matters less to you than the validation that she likes you.
I didn't say that. I said that's how some guys view it. Like, they're gonna view you as a trick if you're not attaching validation to sexual gratification. Like, if a girl's just sleeping with you just because of money, there's no validation in that for you. As a matter of fact, some guys look at that as degrading.
Yeah, we get that. That. So well, not necessarily to you, but to some guys, sleeping with Lizzo is greater because they get the validation of a frankly invalid woman. They get the validation of an invalid woman, but they can say, I slept with her versus other stuff. I get it. It's kind of
for one, I'd rather trick off on a hot chick than sleep with Lizzo. I don't have a problem with tricking whatsoever. I just don't believe that it should be a man's primary way of mating, whether long term or short term.
I think our ultimate question here was how come Derrick Jaxn wasn't called a trick when he dropped $1,000 on the nightstand and flew the girl out and rented the $2,000 yacht? How come he wasn't a trick, but Game Changer is?
I'll tell you why.
I answered it already.
Yeah, he answered that. Let's go to Nuruddin. He went out and came back in, but he was next. Nuruddin, you there?
No, he's not there. But okay, I'll repeat it for him. It's because nobody looks at Derrick Jaxn and say, I think that's his only way of getting laid. It depends on how people view you and, I guess what you represent. But you could just look at the guy and you could tell he could go up to a girl and shoot a shot. I mean, he's not working out and do all that shit for nothing.
Yeah, but
the never seen Game Changer.
But the question becomes, what kind of women though? I'm telling you, it's mud ducks.
Dude.
I'm telling you, it's mud ducks.
No, it's not mud duck.
I'm telling you, it's not mud duck. Listen, I was there. I did the research. I know what I saw. I'm telling you.
Dude, most girls is mud duck. Like, there's really not that many bad bitches out here.
The really hot chicks, you have to bring more to the table. What's so hard about that?
No,
Thank you.
Bringing more to the table with just to pay for it, right? You're talking about tricking?
You have to bring money.
No.
Hey,
no.
For the pro game guy, what is your name, brother?
East.
We don't necessarily know if he is in that camp.
Well, yeah,
he's definitely pro game. He's definitely pro game.
Yeah, I would say so.
Let me ask you a question. Out of all the women that you get with game, how many would you honestly say is above an 8? In other words, she's not overweight. She has a flat stomach. Her face is what most men will recognize to be attractive. How many of those women you say you get with game?
I can't even. You asking me to go way back in the.
Could we agree not many?
You said a 8 and above.
8 and above. She's not overweight, and most men will look at her and say she's attractive. And you get her with game.
Yeah, I don't have a definite number because, like I said,
but
certainly
less than 20%.
Okay, and after you, brother.
Dude, there's less than 20% attractive women. Period, dude. There's really not that many hot bitches.
Okay, so why are you venerating the fact that you're getting women who are not that attractive with game?
Because there still is game. You can still be an attractive man and be like a super fucking star, and a whole bunch of women will like you no matter what size they are or what they look like. You know, I mean, of course, we all want the hot chick. So I get where he's coming from. You know, so we shouldn't shame him because he got that kind of game. Game comes.
I'm not shaming him, but he just admitted that he's not getting that many attractive women.
No,
so
I think it wasn't that many attractive women. He didn't say that many.
That proves even more of my point.
No,
so
it doesn't.
If there aren't that many attractive women, and game is your main resource, and you're not getting that many attractive women, why is that? How are you getting bragging rights? In other words, you're sleeping with women that most men can get.
There's always going to be a girl listen, there's always going to be a girl that likes you more than me, and there's always going to be a girl that likes me more than you. You understand what I'm saying? So how can I put this? Like if you look at any groupie, you know what I mean? Like take a celebrity and look at any groupie. Most of them are average, dude. If you look at porn, as a matter of fact, the average girls fuck better than the pretty ones, dude.
We're not talking about performance. We're not talking about performance. We're not talking about.
We're talking about what the masses.
We are talking about the physical quality of the women involved. Derrick Jaxn clearly had to pay for a higher quality.
Thank you.
Period.
Thank you.
No.
Period.
It all depends on how she looks at him.
Come on.
He cannot
believe it or not.
No. But I mean, she's looked at him for 10 years and she didn't fuck him.
Well, that specific attractive woman probably didn't want him. But do you really think he can't bag some hot shit?
I honestly don't know.
Why didn't he?
Well, I mean,
because he needs to work on his game. I don't know.
Dude,
I'm just telling you.
Here's the thing, I honestly don't know because I don't try to look at women or I don't try to look at men through the lens of women. I'm not accusing you of doing that. But here's where I'm going with this. If we don't know, why label anyone as anything? Like why the need to try to label somebody? And furthermore, that label would appear whether, or an equally derogatory label would appear whether a person is paying for sex or not. Let's just say you have a guy that guys who look at other guys through the lens of women says he doesn't get any sex. So really what he can either pay for it or not pay for it, they will still look at him through that lens. It's really immaterial at that point whether the action of soliciting is going to give him a negative label or a positive label. Like if they see him as a ladies' man, whether he pays or not, he's going to be seen as a ladies' man. So why not pay? It doesn't it doesn't seem like it's controlling the perception of
game changer.
Go for it.
Game changer. Let me say this now. Thing is, even though you know, you got some dudes out here, you know, and I'm not looking at men and shit, but I am a designer. I design clothes strictly for men only. Now, I know what GQ wants, you know, down the runway. However, the guys you would think that's getting all these women, they're not. Trust me, they're not getting them.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying, straight up. So, you know,
and why aren't they getting them?
Why aren't they getting them? You probably have to ask them. You know, but you know, I can't answer that. I know me. But the whole point I'm trying to make is that you just never know who's getting what.
Probably because mouthpiece doesn't work that good.
Nah, well, I ain't gonna gaslight on that, brother.
First of all, I have no problem like with Game Changer, your situation. Like I don't look at that as derogatory. I don't look at that as degrading. I really don't give a fuck about. Like I don't care for tricking. Like that's fine by me. But what I'm saying is like when it comes to attractive women, you can't it's just because she looks so good doesn't necessarily dictate how she's gonna what she's gonna require from you. Like you gotta I've had a girl that was super attractive at one point, and I couldn't believe she was into me. You know what I'm saying? Like I
feel that I ain't
why couldn't you believe it
in my life?
Because back when I didn't understand basically how everything went, I was like, wow, this girl is like the shit. And like she's like into me, like without no money, without even game for the most part. Like she was just there. That's what I'm trying to say. You don't necessarily have to use money in order to pull attractive women.
Really?
A lot of you guys just got to be around their vicinity.
Well, no one actually ever said, first of all, men who travel overseas, you do understand that you are in the vicinity of attractive women because they're more attractive. But so I get that part. But no one is really saying that. I think that what people like Pablo are saying is that they want to control the circumstances under which they have sex with attractive women. Yeah, I don't really see anything wrong with that.
How many whores, like, I don't know, if, like, I guess somebody here is tricking hard. How many of them are, like, drop dead gorgeous? I really want to know the numbers on that.
They are far more attractive in Colombia and Dominican Republic and Vietnam and Thailand. Pretty much everywhere outside of the United States or any Western country.
So in all those third world countries, they're more attractive than first world country women?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. We talking after you get them, then what are you gonna do with them? I mean, it's tricking, it's still tricking, you know, straight up. Whether you get with a bitch that look good or she don't look good, you know. And I understand you guys talking about standards. I have standards too. I mean, I'm not going to date just anything or have sex with anything, but you know, if I'm a human man and I want some pussy that night, hey, what just straight up, you know. I mean, what you gonna do? You gonna hold out to next week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and you want
no? I'm not against that. My point is this: here is when guys talk about game, they act as if they're getting very attractive women, and we know that they aren't.
Nobody made the case that every game guy is getting super attractive women.
He's not saying he's not saying every, but I think that those who sell the concept to people are selling it to people who want more attractive women, because what you said is very true. You know, we don't live in a place in the world where there's a high concentration of beautiful women. Therefore, a lot of guys are going to want women who are hotter than, say, you know, hotter than the women that they're sleeping with at present.
Exactly, and as I said,
and they present game as a means to that particular end. But you're right, even though the people don't say it, that's the problem. Because let's face it, anybody can get a Lizzo. You know, like if I were to go to like a dating coach or something like that, you know, I would pay for advice on how to attract a higher quantity and greater quantity than my current girlfriend, you know, who's reasonably attractive, you know. But however, I want to improve upon that. If he in turn tells me that I should just get with a woman who's less attractive than the woman I'm fucking now, I got gypped.
And you know, the first thing he's gonna ask too, do you live in Diamond Heights?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Right. So
no, but there are places in the there are
What's
places
more
that,
important? Is it quality or quantity for you, Game Changer?
for me, quality.
Okay, so you could just be with like one bad bitch and you're fine.
I am fine. So
okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. So
I like that.
Yeah,
like
there's nothing wrong with that. So if you could use game to have your like if you run game correctly, you can identify out of all the women that's given pussy for free, you could identify which ones would give it to you for free. And out of them, you can pick the bad bitch. Or
They
the bitch
won't be
that
bad. They won't be bad. They won't be bad.
You can have so much game with yourself.
Once again, no matter how much game you have, without paying, you will not line up a group of attractive women. They all introduce themselves. I've seen this on HBO's The Cat House. They introduce themselves one by one, and then you take your pick for that evening. It just doesn't work that way.
So you're saying that you can't have two or more bad bitches?
I'm not saying that. Yes. Once again, I'm saying that you do not line up a group of bad bitches and then pick which one you want for the night. You don't do that on game alone.
Well, yeah, you kind of do.
You don't do that. You don't do that.
No. Excuse me. You simply don't. You know.
You do.
Hold up, though, man. I got.
Okay. Wait a minute. Describe to me how you would describe to me this situation where you go into a nightclub and then you just pick 10 of the most beautiful women and say, "Hey, girl, you mind lining up?"
So I'll do my best to describe to you how it goes. All right. So let's say I go to the nightclub or go to any spot where I feel like there's attractive bitches. You go to the strip club, it doesn't matter. When I go in there, I don't look at all the hot bitches and just pull them by the arm. I go up. I don't go up to them. What I do is I go through there.
And you scope them out.
You scope it out, of course. I go through there, look around. I hate to use this term because I know it got negative, but I read body language. I read a chick's eyes.
There's nothing negative about that.
No, it's like the choose me signals joint. Like everybody.
No, I get it. I get it.
Okay, yeah. So what chicks do, the bad ones do the same joint for the most part. What they do is they send cues. It's like when they see a guy they like. You gotta think.
I get what you're saying.
Okay.
What you're describing is a situation where she is choosing you.
Yes, and you pick.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm describing is a situation where you are the chooser. So once again, game doesn't make you the chooser. It just increases the number. It just increases the number of women that choose you, perhaps. But and what you're describing isn't necessarily game as it's presented, because you're going off of physical appearance because you haven't really spoken to them yet. So that is a different aspect, which is
So, no disrespect.
Is it bad that she choose you? Is it bad that she choose you though?
Hold on 1 second. No disrespect.
I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying that people who do pay, they pay to be the one choosing.
Yeah,
that's
but no disrespect though. But the guy said earlier,
they're paying for their choice. So that's the difference. I'm not saying one is bad or good. I'm just saying you're paying for your choice.
But
I don't want to say this is game.
Here's why this is BS. The guy said earlier. The guy said earlier that he was shocked that a beautiful woman was attracted to him.
When I was younger,
So let's be honest right now. How many beautiful women give you choosing signals?
Oh, it depends on where I go. I could go to Hooters and see a bitch looking at me.
Not many is the answer.
There's not many beautiful women. Like you need to stop gassing pussy up. Most girls ain't all of that.
Okay, of course they're not.
So I have to. Just like
always gonna be something wrong with them. I don't care how beautiful they are. It's always gonna be something wrong. Straight up.
I know. So okay, we know that nobody's
perfect to me.
Nobody's perfect.
Dude, I'm a regular dude, man.
Attractive women.
I'm a regular dude.
You're not walking into a room and just hitting them with game, and then they're walking off with you. Let's stop that.
Dude, let me tell you something. Game is whatever you make it. Game.
Listen,
then it's nothing. Well, I mean, if it's everything, then it's nothing.
Listen. I'm a regular dude. I'm not no fucking supermodel or nothing like that. Like I said. Well, okay.
He'll be the one.
No, tricking. I don't do it, so I'm not gonna elaborate on it so much. I just don't think I don't think when you trick out on a girl, the sex is gonna be the same because it's not real interest. I'd rather a bitch don't suck my dick than a bitch sucks my dick and it's like bad, like a bad.
Have you ever had bad sex?
Wait. Yeah, I had bad sex.
So right quick, Archer. So is it what you just stated is that a person can have bad sex tricking or not, and according to Pablo, a person can have good sex while tricking. Am I correct? So here's what I'm trying to get at, East Up, is that validation is more important than quality of woman to certain people.
Certain people.
Not really. You just be a man and don't go in looking for shit. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask Pablo?
I don't understand that definition of manhood. No.
Can I please ask Pablo a question because he's up here? Okay, Pablo, have you ever tricked before?
Oh yes, absolutely.
I mean, not Pablo. The guy in the red hat. Who's the guy in the red hat?
East.
Yeah, the dude in the red hat. Have you ever tricked before?
Strip club.
Archer ain't shit.
I mean, have you ever?
Huh?
Archer, you're from Oregon, bro.
You've never had a woman fuck you for money?
Nah, not exactly.
Okay, so how would you know the pussy's not?
First off, I've been made that disclaimer. Like, okay. I just said I don't think that it's the same.
Well, what you think is irrelevant because you never experienced it.
Well, I made the disclaimer. I let the black pilled guy right there. I let him describe it. But what I'm saying is, if you're paying for it and a girl is not interested, I look at that side eye.
I mean, pussy gets
okay. Let's do the
thing about women. They're not us. But, I mean, many things can get their pussy wet, not just you. They're used to giving sex for exchange for things. You may not be giving them physical money in their hand all the time, but women are always exchanging sexual favors for something.
Great point.
So it really doesn't change anything. The women are gonna get wet when you stimulate them the right way anyway. You can be the ugly. You can look like the Grinch.
I ain't paid for shit.
And you plan on stimulating them with money, right?
I ain't never paid for shit. They still be after me.
I had to pay for play. I had to pay for play girl squirt
with the sex. That's what I'm saying. The money is what gets them to agree, but
you're gonna listen. You telling me you don't want a girl to want you for you? You rather just take the fake interest?
It's not mutually exclusive, brother.
You know what? There's usually dudes that are lacking somewhere else that talk about the money and all of that. They lacking.
He asked me a question. I don't care why she wants me. All I care is that she's here sucking my dick. That's all that matters.
Well,
yep.
I don't care why she's here. I don't care what bus she took to get here. I don't care about the name of the Uber driver. You're here. You're sucking my dick. Let's have a good time.
And you really think that a girl that actually likes you versus a girl that likes you, they're gonna suck dick in the same manner?
East. I had a chick
squirting.
No.
Okay.
How important is that, and how do you measure that?
I might say
right quick on that one. We should defer to Pablo because he's the one who's had both. He's had he's had interest as well as tricking. So is there a difference in performance?
No.
There's no difference in performance.
There's sometimes. Wait a minute. There's a difference. There've been a difference when I didn't pay, and there've been a difference when I did pay. I've had them squirt when I did pay, and I had them squirt when I didn't. So stop with the. It's not the same. No bullshit.
Well, I really wouldn't know. Like I'm just asking.
You have to be very repulsive for that to be.
Hold on, he's muzzled.
To perform well because she wants to get more money. If you are doing,
you know what, man, you still on this money thing. We talking about dudes who can get pussy with no problem, no money, no nothing.
We're really not. We're really not, Kofi, because this is a topic of tricking.
Coffee.
But
there are
whatever
very
it is that
few
your
men
name is,
who can't
anybody
get
can do
vagina.
that. This is black.
Yo, do you use a condom when you trick?
Depends on the girl. Depends on if I
Oh, wait, dude, stop. Stop. Stop.
Hey,
All right,
nigga.
nigga, you
use
wildin'.
a condom when you use game?
You said what?
Do you use a condom when you use game?
Oh, I don't have to do it all the time.
Hey, you know what, man? Game.
I don't have to do that.
I mean, so what's the difference?
Wait, that's
What's the
funny.
difference if you're not
Wait,
dealing with a
I'm
virgin?
curious. Under what circumstances do
difference
you
if you're not
feel
dealing with
it's okay to not use a condom? I'm curious.
Well, I feel like it's a lot more riskier to not use a condom on a fucking prostitute.
I agree with that.
Go wrong with
No, I agree with that, but I mean, under what circumstances with a non-prostitute do you feel? Because I use it all the time.
If I've been fucking her for some time, then
okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Let me ask the black pill guy a question. What is your definition of game? What you keep talking about this game thing? What's your definition? You asking us the questions. What is your definition of game?
My definition of game is when one is just walking up to a woman, no choosing signals, and he thinks that he's going to put words together in order to get her to sleep with him.
Nope. That's not game.
He still didn't ask the question. He still didn't answer the question.
That's
what
not game.
is your definition of a man with game?
Cold approaching is not game. That's sexual harassment. Cold approaching is sexual harassment.
You don't accept that.
Black pill, you're not really gonna get anywhere with the whole what's the definition of game.
No, he's fine. He's fine.
It's a very no. I'm talking about.
I mean that is my definition of game. If you believe that your mouth, if you believe that words that you put together is going to convince a woman to sleep with you, that is the BS that y'all call game.
What is your definition?
You just said it.
Not us. Not us. I want to know your game. Your game.
His game is tricking, dude.
He just said what his game. He gave his definition.
Let me answer that. So I'm 6'5". I'm fair. I'm gonna say I'm probably good looking than most, and I'm in a good financial position. However, I do not believe in politicking with women. So if there's a woman who I saw and I was interested in something long term with her, I would see if she would be interested in me as far before I go with an option of tricking. But if that's not the case and I just want sex with her, let's say she's beautiful, but there's just something about her. Well, I know that this is not a long-term thing. It's absolutely tricking. I'm not going to her on no dates. I don't want to politic with her. I don't want to game her. None of that. I want to, approach her, make an offer. Probably not. It depends on where we are. It could be in the DM or whatever the case may be, and I will go from there. And if she's interested, like they usually are, they'll take it. If not, then I just keep moving on. I'm not wasting my time trying to mouthpiece her.
You can't run up on any girl and just say, "I got some money, fuck me."
I'm gonna choose.
That's why I said it depends on where we are. That's why I said it depends on where we are.
What part of the country are you in, brother? What part of the country you in?
I'm in Tennessee.
Okay, that explains it. All right, that's it. We don't in the Bay Area.
That doesn't make no damn sense.
Do you subscribe to that ideology, Black Pill? You subscribe to that ideology?
Black Pill, yes, sir.
So like the incel crowd, that's the crowd that you
being black pilled and incel is not synonymous.
Is there any of their philosophies that you agree with?
Looks matter for sure, and then status right after.
Okay, because I'm starting to see. All right, so
in other words, let me put it this way.
Let me ask you a question.
If your looks not putting you on GQ, brother, it don't matter.
Hold on, let me say this.
I think I know where he coming from.
Hold on 1 second. Looks and status give your game a chance. Let me put it that way.
Then what's the other part? Is the game a chance? Is the chance the mouthpiece thing that you were saying?
Yeah, that's the mouthpiece part. Like whatever BS is coming at your mouth, it'll work if your looks and status is right.
All right,
I agree with that.
I want to ask you, does it bother you that some guys are like good at professional sports? They're athletes. They're just gifted naturally in that.
No, sir. I'm an ex-athlete. I actually played quarterback and basketball.
Okay. Does it bother you? Hold on. Does it bother you that some guys are like naturally male models? They just naturally look good and they get put on Calvin Klein and shit. Does that bother you?
No.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out why you think like this, because I think a lot of black pill guys, it bothers them when there's guys that's more handsome. The game is not fair.
Again, let me just be clear. I am a very handsome guy, but very few women see me as unattractive. However, I know that, like for example, I'm 6'5". When I walk outside, I will rarely see a guy who's my height. I can tell how a woman looks at me versus how she looks at other guys. So if I was a guy who was 5'5", I would never spend my time trying to gangbang. My whole thing would be that.
Yeah, but
so that I can
your height.
Don't interrupt.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. What you said?
So do you actually think, brother, that you a brother like you won't have no problems at all? Do you have a woman right now?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
All and right. You still tricking?
Okay, Pablo.
Yeah, I mean,
let me ask you this.
You cheating, and that's dangerous as shit. Go ahead.
What the hell? Did you hold on, right quick, fellas. Did you have that type of heat with Derrick Jaxn?
Who, me?
Yes.
I ain't never spoke to Derrick Jaxn.
Okay, but I'm just saying, did you have it for him? Like you oh, you have a woman and you tricking, but he has a woman and he's tricking. Like what's like?
No, Derrick Jaxn's a fucking snake, dude. I never spoke to that motherfucker.
The point of tricking is that I get it when I want it, and I get it with who I want it with. So if I have a girl, tricking is definitely my best option. I'm not going to waste my time trying to game a woman because I don't want anything long. I already have something long term. So I don't want anything long term with another woman.
You really don't have your pick.
You didn't have a woman. I agree with you that, if you didn't have a woman. Now that's game too. I like that.
Like so Young East, I got a question. I got a question for you, Young East. Young East, I got a question for you. So just a second ago, you said that there are men who are jealous of other men for their physical appearance, prowess.
No, I didn't say that. I was looking into his mindset because it says black pill, and a lot of black pill guys they feel a type of way about, looks and all that.
Okay, so conversely, are there also men who feel a certain way about men who may be superior to them economically?
No, because money is one of those things that, I'm gonna say no, because I think money is one of those things where everyone feels like they could achieve if they push for it. But good looks, or just I guess charisma, a lot of guys feel like it's like you got to be born with it, just like talent.
So why then would they hate on someone who could afford a stove?
No, they're not hating on him. They're actually trying to make fun of him.
Why would they harass, tease, attempt to humiliate someone who could afford it?
Because I don't know, I don't know why, I don't know his history. I don't know why niggas don't like Game Changer, but I'm pretty sure it's probably some beef shit. But it's not jealousy. It's not jealousy. Why would any guy be jealous of a trick? Why would any guy be jealous?
The fact that you keep using the fact that people use that as a negative slur on a man.
Because it has a negative connotation. Like you.
Okay, and so that's what we're trying to get to. Mm-hmm. Why can Derrick Jaxn use his resources and money and wealth to obtain the sexual favors of a woman and not be ripped for it? And Game Changer can do the same thing and be even less than what Derrick Jaxn did.
Derrick Jaxn gets a lot of shit. Derrick Jaxn get a lot of shit from a lot of different dudes. He got beef with his own segment.
He didn't.
Yeah,
it is different dudes. But let me move the mic for a second. I think Archer went. So Archer, did you go?
No, I didn't. I've been trying to jump in. I just wanted to say a couple things about this whole thing. I've been really responding. As far as tricking and game, at the end of the day, they're all women. It doesn't matter how you get them. You getting women off of talking to them or them just liking you and wanting to fuck you for no other reason does not make you a better man. I see a lot of men who get women off of that tip, I'm just getting it because she wants to fuck me. Typically, those type of the women they're getting are not better than the women the tricks are getting. You might get more from those women as far as being able to spend more time with them and stuff like that, but getting women off the strength of you isn't. The type of women you get doesn't always translate. So if you're a guy making fun of a trick, but you're getting nothing but fat chicks. You have no ground to stand on. You have no foundation to stand on.
That's my whole position.
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't have a problem.
Okay, but what's wrong if a guy say he's fit, he's standing, he do like a thick chick? I mean, what's wrong with that? And
well, for one,
wait, hold on. And she's not a zero. Listen. And she's not a 0 to 6.
No,
and she's not a 0 to 6.
No, there's a lot wrong with that. There's a lot wrong with that. If you like a fat chick, there's something wrong with you. Something wrong with your selection.
Okay, what do you consider fat, brother?
No. Let's not go into the body matter
started, bro.
index conversation.
You don't know Archer. Don't get me started, because you will you get no points for having your rotation of fat chicks. You're not a player. You're not a player. You're nothing.
Or single mothers. Or single
That
mothers.
don't have nothing to do with me, but I'm just trying to say, you probably one of these gym rat dudes, and you worried about what other guys are getting. You know what I'm saying? If you want a skinny ass 2-pick chick, go ahead. You know?
No.
Nobody's worried about what y'all are getting. It's just a point that
and a skinny chick. There's a lot of it in between. Now, niggas like you who have a female mindset wouldn't understand that.
I don't have no motherfucking female mindset.
You don't gotta be 300 pounds. There's a lot between 300 or 250 or even 180 and 120.
Then keep your ruler on you and go measure them bitches, nigga.
No. Oh, hold up, dude. Don't act like you don't know a fat bitch when you see one. We're from the same town. Don't even act like you're not on BART and you know a fucking bitch that's holding up the BART.
I don't ride BART game changer.
Yeah, well, I do. So don't act like you. Don't act like you don't know a fat bitch when you see one.
What I'm saying
is, of course, I'm a fucking fashion designer, nigga. What you talking about?
Okay, well,
I don't care what she designs or what she does for a living.
We went down that rabbit hole.
Yeah. No, we got fat defenders here. All right.
I'm not trying to do that.
No, I'm not a fat defender.
I'm not trying to go down the fat roll, but the fat hole. Whatever.
Look, man, I enjoy y'all. I'm not trying to argue and shit, because I do like Game Changer, but y'all get deep in this shit. Y'all.
Okay, no, it is deep because it is deep. You can't see a lot of guys come.
I think I was on the panel with you, brother. You this.
Hold on. Let Archie
know exactly who you are.
Whatever. But listen,
go for it.
You can't see. This is the thing about it. You can't make fun of a trick. No, you can't make fun of a trick at all, especially if the quality of women you're getting through your game is not up to level. And that we got to start making that clear. Like, don't come up here talking about game unless you show some quality material.
Who's making fun of a trick?
Nobody's saying
that. We're just
that.
having a discussion.
And I'm having a general discussion too. Don't get so offended.
Well, you sound like you directing that shit over here.
I'm directing it at nobody. I'm directing at the overall conversation that's going on in this space between and game. What I'm saying is that a lot of guys, not you two in particular, because I really don't know you two. I was calling you Red Hat. I definitely don't know you. So a lot of guys in this space come up here and say they are better men because they don't have to spend money on these women. And I'm saying, look, show us the quality of the women you're not having to spend money on, and then we make that assessment. But we cannot make that assessment.
You know what? Nobody's going to make an assessment on me because I do what the fuck I want to do anyway.
That's good for you.
I'll whatever.
Yeah, I don't think that was up for contest.
There's just guys that look down on the money, like you're paying for something that you can. I hate this. I hate the word, but this guy, you can self-improve, you can do all that type of shit. There's guys that's just gonna do that because of how everyone was raised.
But there's times when paying
for but self-improvement guys, they go to Mexico and they spend $12 on hookers.
Right.
Well, I don't know. I just heard that before.
Let me say this right quick and I'm done. Sorry, game changer. But while you're self-improving, because self-improvement as a man takes time. Time in the gym, time at your job, time you improving your knowledge. While you're self-improving and you don't got time for a bitch, that's the best time to trick. During that self-improvement time.
Yeah, whatever.
It is because women require attention and time. Women require attention and time. And while you're self-improving, you can't self-improve while you're giving women attention. Game requires attention and time. You can't self-improve while you're chasing bitches.
Not if you're good at it. Not if you're good at it, dude.
Okay, right quick. I'm gonna move the mic after I read this super chat. So number 16 said, "These dudes feast on fatties and want to say that they have game. Disgusting." Okay, so
what's he talking about?
Yeah, feast on fatties. So I do think here I'm gonna throw something out there before I move the mic a bit. But first, let me read Mr. Shane Vicious. It says paying saves time and energy. Now he capitalized time, and I do think that for a lot of brothers, time is more important than money. Because when you think about the entire process, you know, from getting the choosing signals to actually putting your dick in her, that does take time. It takes cupcaking time. It takes transportation time. It does take time of seduction.
Yeah, but can I interject? I'm sorry. Like
don't interject.
All right,
please.
all right, sorry.
So say you're a guy of, let's just say 50 an hour, and you probably want to spend that time. Let's just say it takes you 10 hours from beginning to end, the entire process. Then you just spent like $500 worth of time. So I get that. I do get that. And take Obsidian, for example, who can do a stream anytime he likes and make money from doing that. Instead of for gaming a chick, he could have just did a stream and, made however much he makes by doing so. So, yeah, there is, it does make practical sense in that regard. I will give that to Shane Vicious. But who's next? Ray, what's on your mind? Oh, Keith left? Dang. Want to get his take on.
I would say, yeah, I agree with that. That everything that was said previous. You cannot say that you got game and you're fucking with Shrek bitches, okay? And the reason why a lot of guys are hating men that going, like overseas and shit and finding better, is because over here they're so plantation niggas to where, and they feel like they got to spend a Birkin bag, hell, to get a bad bitch. They're mad at people like Game Changer because, say, for example, because Game Changer, he's overseas, with a chick who's more pleasant, beautiful, fit, friendly. And you just got to spend, what, $12 on a breakfast meal or something. You're just you're having a good time and you feel good when you're doing it because it's with a pleasant woman, a peaceful woman. A fun woman to be around. Not somebody over here who's a damn masculine ass saber tooth, and you feel like you got to cough up all these bucks for and all that, and yes, and just like what Archer said, when you're focusing on that, like on building yourself, your body and your mind, you ain't really gonna have time to be trying to like worrying about bringing a female, and fitting her into your program like that, especially an unruly bitch. So therefore, if a female come through, hey, you may check a little bit, be like, hey, bitch, here, come on, let's get this in. Boom. All right, but thank you. Good day. Go back right to business. But me, I never personally paid for football through a straw treatment. I always got those free.
Okay.
So,
okay.
And with and old man. And addressed this comment earlier though when they was talking about old man was basically like slick jealous or whatever of Derrick Jaxn and all that shit. I'm like, the whole thing is this between old man and Derrick. He's just outing Derrick for the bullshit that he's been pumping these females' heads with for so long. He's fueling them, with this fire of bullshit that we are fighting against. You feel me?
Well, I definitely agree on the pandering aspect of it. When it comes to the select fuckboy argument, that may be considered dirty macking, but that's a whole nother topic.
Yes,
that's something separate. All right, but thanks a lot, Ray. Businessman number one, what's on your mind?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Pretty good.
So, in my opinion, and what I've seen is that the women who are higher in quality and who have been exposed to more, game is going to work less on them. So what that means is if you might have a dime who has not been out of the hood, and she could have a victim of, she could be a victim of game. But if you have a dime who has been to college or who has somehow traveled and been exposed to high quality men who has pocket change, that game is not going to work because you can't even meet her minimum threshold of what she's been exposed to. So when we go back to the Derrick Jaxn situation, this guy who everyone agrees with is a physical specimen of the top tier male, and he had to bring all this money, a yacht, and all this thing, and court a chick for 10 years before he's able to get into those guts. So that chick that he had to do that to has been exposed to a lot. Then we look at the other two, who one was a surgeon, but let's just look at this. She's a surgeon, but men don't really care about her accomplishments. So she must have been a below average looking chick, right? And that's what she was able, she had to give it up and pay for him to be her man. And so basically he was her trick because he was a top quality guy that she could not get. The surgeon, I'm just gonna focus on the surgeon. The guys that she wants someone who's equally educated as her, aren't looking for her. Therefore, she had to go and pay for Derrick Jaxn or just give it up for free. So this game thing is not just a one size fit all. You can't go and walk down the street, walk down in the very affluent area and say, "Oh, I'm about to throw some game." Those women been exposed to a lot, and they're gonna see what you're coming with. And that's why when you talk about the money, your accomplishments, you're a businessman, whatever you are, that is going to add to your value when you talk to higher quality women. And that's where the game versus resources come in. And that's pretty much what I want to say.
Can I ask the panel a question?
Yeah, let me read this super chat and then we'll go to your question. Okay, number 16 says you would pay for a hot dog, number 2, and 5 supersize at BK, but hate on man that trick. Interesting. I do not understand that.
Yeah, what the fuck is he talking about?
Okay. I think I kind of get where he's going, but a better analogy is, and I used this before, just because a man buys fish, that doesn't mean he doesn't know how to fish.
Okay.
He's basically he's basically just saying, listen, I don't feel like spending the time and energy to put worm on hook, wake up in the morning and go out and fish. I would much rather just buy the particular type of fish that I select from the market versus whatever ones I'm fortunate enough to catch. So and that's as far as putting it in a food analogy that he was using. So thanks a lot, number 16.
And after Kango Kid, I wanna ask the panel a question as well.
He's had a question. And
the question I want to ask is this: to every guy that's, I guess, a strong advocate for like tricking, would you rather like, how can I put this? Would you rather have like 2-3 girls in the fuck zone for multiple years, or would you rather just keep on tricking on random prostitutes?
Well,
ideally tricking. I got it. Black Pill. Ideally, tricking gives you both. See, it doesn't really take away from the sex life that you had prior to tricking. It adds to it. Derrick Jaxn is an example of that. He didn't actually, have to stop fucking his wife so he can trick. He just added his first mistress to his repertoire. So.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm trying to.
Like these aren't two mutually exclusive things. I want to make that clear.
Well, a little bit, because it's a snowball effect. It starts off with one girl, then it comes 2. And listen, it ain't gotta be super fast, easy either. It could be one girl every 6 months. You can start that slow if you want, and then you build your rotation from there. And to me, it's seemingly better to have a rotation of like 5 girls, 6 girls, 10 girls that you're fucking throughout the year versus paying for random girls or going overseas.
But once again, brother, okay. These are not mutually exclusive things. Man can have no, they most certainly aren't. Like a man can have both rotation and trick. I don't.
Right. The 2 aren't separate on top of the 2 are not separate at all.
But that's what we are talking about, the difference though. We're not talking about tricking and doing that. Somebody's advocating for one thing.
No. When a person says there's nothing wrong with tricking, they're not saying that, you're doing this in the place of something else. Like, no one is saying that.
It's a means to an end.
Are we arguing? We're not arguing the difference.
Right quick. I mean, but there are two things that can be done in tandem. My argument is really the root of this show is why are some guys considered tricks and others. Now the conversation moved, but we're not like trying to sell you on one lifestyle versus another. You know, let's be clear, because you know, take for example, right quick. Take for example the exceptionally rich and famous, you know, who says, hey, you know something, I'm going to pay for this particular situation. Like this, those two things aren't mutually exclusive. There are people with groupies who also get caught buying prostitutes.
Are there not guys on this panel that's arguing against game?
It's not a matter of against game. Well, right quick. It's not a matter of against game. It's a matter of the counter argument that game dudes try to put on people that pay.
Yeah, nobody's saying game.
Who's doing that on this? I'm not. I'm not against the black pill, huh?
I'm not against any of what any man on this panel want to do. You know,
right.
Now, and the whole point is, you can go right down on what used to be called Stewart Avenue in Atlanta. It's now called Metropolitan. You can find any fucking prostitute, and she look really good if you want her.
Okay, so yeah,
let me respond to you really quick, because there's 2 points I really want to make right here, because there's this misconception here. Every girl that you trick with is not a prostitute in the traditional sense.
Right.
Most of the women that I've tricked with have boyfriends and husbands later. They're women that you can try to get up in your inbox. So, for example, you can have a beautiful woman who you said liked you just because who you are. And let's say that she didn't really like me like that. I could hit her up in her inbox with an offer and she would accept, and you would never know. So they're not always just chicks walking the blade, walking the street. So you really have to get that out of your mind.
All right, let me then just put it out there. What do you think is better? Do you think that game is better in order to get a girl for long term or short term, or you think tricking is better? What you think is more superior?
I think he like using.
I don't even like to use game like in my vocabulary. I say motherfucker style. You know what I mean? Motherfucker, everybody has their own style and shit.
I like that, yeah. But
you know what I mean? Because game motherfuckers be trying to get other motherfuckers to adapt their game as, you know, their own, instead of teaching them to find their own shit and apply it to where it works well with the women.
Right.
So I'm not gonna mimic no near motherfucker on this earth. I am me.
So you're telling me that you're telling me that you, how can I say this? So you would rather, not, I guess, yeah, I'm gonna say you would rather a girl be interested in you for money other than your I don't know, your looks.
I ain't say I ain't say that. No.
Well, that's what we're talking about. That's what I'm trying to make a distinction with.
You know what? Ain't nobody got the best game but the motherfuckers in Richmond, California. That's got the best pimps ever.
Time out, bro. Time out. Because this is where the argument gets lost. No, this is where the argument gets lost right here. But we assume that just because you have to trick or you do trick, the woman's not sexually attracted to you. See, a lot of women will be sexually attracted to a lot of men, but still not fuck. Women are not. No, they don't think like us. They don't fuck just because you look good. I'm taking my panties off.
Well, sorry. Women do think like women are very visual. Women
are visual, but don't mean they're gonna fuck you off of that every time. So you might be the woman that says, "You're a kid." Yeah.
Yeah.
So every woman you've ever met that thought you were a handsome man, you was willing to fuck you at that moment.
It had more than 50%. Every girl I ever fucked with my looks had more than 50% of the reason.
Okay, but so every girl you didn't fuck with, they didn't think you were attractive. You never met a girl who thought you were attractive.
If I shot my shot and she didn't fuck with me, yeah, I would say it's because she didn't think I was attractive.
Oh, really? So that's what it was. It was you assuming that it was because she didn't find you attractive.
Yeah, well, it could be other nuances, but I'm gonna say I would say that.
What if you
young blood? What you're doing,
bro,
young fella, is confusing. You're making the wrong assumption that
a lot of assumptions.
Because a man is paying, he's looking for love and affection. Some men are paying for sexual variety and satisfaction. They don't give a damn about the love and the affection.
I don't know. I don't know love and affection. I just
they're not looking for validation from the woman. They're looking for a good time. They're looking for satisfaction.
Yeah, I never said that. And
that's why I desire a woman's respect before her damn love. Shit, her love may come later.
We don't care about
that respect.
No, sex is validation for a woman. Sex is a nut for a man.
You know,
no, that's cap. Every guy wants to be desired. Every guy wants to be desired.
Every guy does not want to be desired.
Okay, so East up. Why is it that like white guys and Asian guys, they don't mind shit like that? Like it does seem like we do have like this inferiority complex to where we need the validation more than we want the sex. Because like all right. I can't tell you that they have no problem with saying, oh yeah, don't tell my wife, but I'm gonna go to the brothel tonight. To their best friend.
Most incels are white, and most MGTOWs are white. They have a big,
but they're married. How are they incel and
incel? Excuse me, right quick. Most presidents are white. We live in a majority white country. Let's not be obtuse, okay? However, they do have a higher marriage rate than us, and their women are slimmer than ours. They marry better. Excuse me. They marry better than we do. They fuck better than we do. And they pay.
I can't agree with you on that game.
I can't agree with you.
Really? Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay. Let's do this. No. Let's do this. Let's look up videos of white fraternity parties versus black fraternity parties.
I belong to a black fraternity.
I want to talk about your
but I'm talking about the sexual promiscuous nature of white women versus the more promiscuous nature of black ones.
They misunderstood what you said, Game Changer. When
you realize that black girls are naturally more voluptuous than white girls.
What?
Game Changer, go to
Atlanta,
man. Go to Atlanta. Go to UGA.
Because you're saying white girls are more in shape. No, they're just skinny ass motherfuckers.
I actually didn't, but they are.
They are.
I mean, if you want a skinny ass bitch, then okay.
I do.
So we back to the body matrix.
Only the hipster chicks that he probably see in San Francisco or a little bit in Emeryville near Oakland or somewhere sometimes. But these chicks they ain't got it like that out here. They don't.
You guys are really acting like black women are extremely out of shape like the Michelin Man. Every other race of men is fucking better quality of women than black men are fucking. We all know this.
Let's not lose sight.
Have you been in the hood?
No. Let me. Well, they're in the hood for a reason because their mama was fat too.
No, I'm not saying
you look at some of these Latinas.
There's some beautiful chicks in the hood, bro. For real.
You looked at some of these Latinas out there.
If they're Latina, they're not black. Is what I'm saying. But
did you look at? All right. Super chat.
My God, bro.
So Pablo Frescobar says, "Great analogy with the fish, Game Changer. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks a lot." All right, and the next one. Hold on. Mr. Shane Vicious says, "Let's see. They don't have to be random. I have 3 regular prostitutes, and the best thing is that they leave afterwards." Okay,
facts. I like that.
Okay, so I want to
how many dicks you suck?
Circle back to what I said because I want to go down this body or
let's not do that, please.
Black men or white men. The point is that white guys and Asian guys are more comfortable admitting to tricking than black dudes. There is a stigma that exists on black men that don't necessarily exist on other groups of men. And Mr. Shane Vicious says and I think he's talking about you, East. It's so dumb it's painful.
He's a fucking. You got smoke, motherfucker. See me, motherfucker. That's all I gotta say. Go ahead, man. Yeah, I don't even know this motherfucker. I'm here. I'm here
just. He might have been talking about.
No, I think he's talking about me. I'm just here trying to have a conversation. I didn't call nobody no fucking names, but my nigga, if you want to see me, we can make that shit fucking happen, nigga.
It's a super chat.
I don't give a fuck what it is. Hey, if you want to,
don't be on that.
No, he ain't gonna talk shit, and I'm not gonna say nothing.
Stop saying no.
Nobody see me, my nigga. See me. We could DM. And we could get it popping, nigga. That's all you gotta know.
It's no big deal.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about.
Let's do this.
All right, nigga. Keep going.
Keith Lamont, your turn.
My G, you know, I'm listening, and as I put in the chat, white women make more sandwiches too.
Yeah.
And, you know, they make movies about these women too. You know, you'll see, an old school movie where the wife is carrying around a nice silver tray and she got sandwiches on top of the tray with cucumbers and shit on.
And they're sliced into triangles. Absolutely.
When the last time you seen a movie of a daggle fucking bringing a tray of fucking food to her fucking She was bringing the help to a white man.
You going to hell, game changer. You going to hell.
The last movie I seen like that was The Help, and she wasn't doing it for a black man. Yeah.
Oh damn! Oh shit!
You know,
good punchline.
We just like fuck it. We'll take the L on the mayo.
Yeah. But, I mean, so Keith, what's your thoughts on it? Because what I was saying before was that
my thoughts are Miracle Whip is the littlest sacrifice I could make.
Yeah.
Go ahead, my bad.
But other groups of men who have more control over their women seem less concerned with female validation than we are, because that's the only thing you're not getting when you trick is female validation.
Right.
I don't know, man. I've seen some white boys right in San Francisco that be crying like a motherfucker over, chicks. Real talk, and it be bad chicks, but at the same time, they'll go trick off and they'll fall in love with a trick too.
Well,
no, I'm not saying that they're incapable of falling. I'm not saying that they're incapable of falling in love, but there's a difference between that and being infatuated with female validation.
Yeah, they can have sex without it having to mean the girl actually absolutely has to want them.
Do the same thing, man. I'm in San Francisco daily.
I don't think you understand. No, they don't. As a group, as an overall group, they don't stigmatize tricking like we do.
Oh yes, they do.
Yeah, they do.
I say tricking, man. Tricking is when you feel like you have to trick in order to get pussy.
They trick more. See, man, y'all. I hear these conversations. Like y'all, like really like overestimate who Caucasian people are, man. That's
I don't overestimate them, and I do understand that amongst the younger ones, there is a stigma with that. However, they are more likely to say, there are more of them that are on some Don Sterling stuff, and there are more of them that have mistresses and sugar babies that they discuss openly with their colleagues than us. I'll give an example. I didn't have a date for a Christmas party some years back, and my white boss said, well, just call up a hooker. I was like, what the fuck? Now, black dudes don't say stuff like that. Huh?
Yeah, they wouldn't.
Just call Jimmy John. He said it like it wasn't shit. With that
he just said it like it wasn't shit. Now that's something that a white guy is more apt to do than a black dude. And also white guys tell stories. They tell their Vegas stories or they tell their Bangkok stories like that. And there's no stigma amongst them when they do that with each other. We're the only ones that's like, oh shit, you paid for it.
No, I think it's
everybody pay for it. The same hooker.
If you're in Vegas, everybody pay for it.
Oh yeah, they'll tell their Vegas story.
Like we all fuck this shit, bro.
Yeah, black men, we like to brag on our sexual prowess, and it's a source of our ego more than our success is a source of our ego. Our sexual prowess with a woman is what gives us ego, gives us that boost. Ooh, I'm a man. More than our accomplishments, I'm a CEO. You get more play as a black man if I come up here and tell y'all, look, I just smashed this, like 3 fine bitches. They have to pay a dime. And if I come up here and say, look, I just closed three $3 million deals yesterday.
And that's why niggas lie on their dick.
I can do both of them with profundity. Trust me.
You know why?
No, you can't.
Because a lot of people look at, in order to get a very attractive woman, you have to have like a substantial amount of money. So if a guy says I bagged like 3 hot bitches and I didn't have to fucking work for it, you know what I mean? Most guys can be like, really? That's all that comes from. It doesn't come from the fact that we I don't know, we look at money as
That's a good point. So you're saying in order to get a fine woman, you have to have a lot of money. So
no, I said that's how we look at it.
Okay, that's how we look at it. But can you have game without getting fine women?
What? Say that again?
Can you have game without getting fine women? Is game just getting women, or is one game getting fine women?
You should be able to do both. You should be able to have game and get fine women. That's kind of
part, brother. We talked about that already.
Yeah, but
we kind of did touch
the main point. It's the main point.
Oversimplify these.
So let me review number 16, Kufi. I'm not trying to go to the deep east. Let's see, Iron Triangle, HP, EPA for no women. You can have that.
Coffee.
So he don't want to travel for pussy.
I'm not gonna get that right ever. But let's do this.
I think
he has a point. So basically, he's saying you don't have to go to the hood. You know, you don't have to go to the hood to get decent females, is what number 16 is saying. Thanks a lot.
You can't go to the hood to get decent females.
In the hood, but I found some of the best chicks in the hood.
I mean, let's just be real, man. The vast majority of females are just fucking average, man.
That's what I
average
said.
dude is not fucking the fine bitch. I mean, most bras are going. I mean, maybe in our situation, maybe 3-4 adjustable up when you put on makeup and fucking a costume. But the average chick out here is a fucking 6. I know we can't use 7. That's just the average fucking chick out here.
Time out. That's too high. The average chick is
fucking makeup and using filters and taking pictures, and then that's what you describe as a fine fucking bitch.
The average black American chick is a 4.
I'm gonna get you sucker effect.
Hey,
the average black American chick is a 4. Let's get that right.
Real talk, bro. Like, I mean, come on, let's just keep it real, man.
But a threesome with 2 4s might become an 8, right?
No.
What? No.
I'm fucking with you, man.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
A threesome with 2 4s is division, not multiplication.
That's fine.
Got you.
The reason that this all works, I mean, we've talked about it, GC, on some older streams, but the reason this all works is because the 80-20 rule. If you keep 80% or higher of men locked out of the sexual market, then a 4 can put on makeup and act like an asshole.
Right. There's scarcity in the value.
Dinocracy and all of this shit, and I described to you fellas, those of you who have been around, about how it's like if you imagine like the machines in the Matrix, right? All these machines have different fucking purposes, man. But the whole goal is to keep your ass right there in the fucking Matrix. All right. So at the end of the day, they're not going to allow the 80-20 rule not to exist, because that would then break the whole fucking Matrix.
What's up, Silent? I didn't know that you was down there, bro.
Hey, what's good? Who's that?
Hey, Pablo, let us hear more about your situation in Atlanta. I'm very interested in that.
That's random.
What'd you say?
I want to hear more about your situation in Atlanta. I want to hear more of that. I lived in Atlanta too.
So Atlanta, man. Before this is Black Hollywood, okay? So you got guys here with all kinds of money from different, doing whatever. I mean, legal and illegal. And the nightlife here, especially in the mid 2000s, you're talking about 2005, 6, 7, 2000, in the early 2000s, was ridiculous.
112 in Magic City.
Oh yeah, I mean, Visions was $1 million nightclub.
Sure was.
It was huge. Well, it was more than $1 million. It was probably like the dude probably spent like $4 or $5 million. His name is Alex Gidwan. He's an African brother. He probably spent $4 or $5 million in this nightclub called Visions. It was huge. It looked like some shit from Las Vegas.
DMZ days.
Yeah, it looked like a Vegas club is what it was. And any given night, celebrities, producers, entertainment people, big real estate guys would be up in that spot popping bottles, spending $10,000 on VIP and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, I listen to some of these guys, you know, going in on a game changer or myself or whatever, who might take a trip to DR or something like that, and, you know, give a chick $80 for meal money for the month, and they go ham on us and let those guys can spend tens of thousands
at the Gold Club.
Right. And the Gold Club, you remember that?
Yeah, they
That
got
was a whole
they got
that
caught
was
up in the prostitution scandal.
Yes.
And the Sugarloaf Madam, you know about
the
her?
Sugarloaf. Yes, that's right down the street from me. So
I live
yes.
right there. Right there.
Sugarloaf Madam. That's
Yes.
some country and shit right there.
Young brother didn't know about the Heidi Slice and all of that kind of stuff.
Mighty Slice again on the Sugarloaf Madam.
Yes, yes, the Sugarloaf Madam had, you know.
Let's move. I mean, I appreciate it, but let me read this super chat right quick. It says, the problem is that 5s and belows will most likely have the best pussy, while 7s and aboves just look good. There's no correlation. There's no correlation. I will say this, because of, like Keith Lamar said, the 80-20 rule. A lot of guys make coping mechanisms to deal with the fact that they don't get as many 7 and aboves as they would like to get. So they say things like,
no good pussy if you want to.
so they say things like, you know, they just look good, so they feel like they're not missing out on much. But really, there's no correlation, and I've been across the number scale with it.
You know, sisters did that. I mean, it's just a backtrack of the sisters' arguments who would say shit like that. Like, they would always paint the ugly, you know, ugly girl as the heart of gold, and the beautiful chick is the mean witch of the fucking.
Yeah, that's
too. Well, you know, would you rather have a beautiful woman and then she's dumb and then she stinks and then she's an asshole, or would you?
That's ugly girl game right there. That's
what
ugly girl
what
game.
it is, Jaquise, is it's an attempt to balance the scale, but I can tell you that the scales are rarely balanced, especially amongst women. Some women are just better in every way that you can value, that a man values a woman. You know, she's better at sandwiches, she's better at cooking, she's better at cleaning, she's better at sucking, she's better at sex, she's better at everything. And not every guy has
she even uses Miracle Whip.
Yeah, as opposed to male. Yeah, exactly. You know, she's just better. She cuts the sandwiches in the triangles. She's just make sure that the jelly don't spill out the side. You know, it's not completely just in the center. Exactly. Yeah, she takes the crust off. But some women are just better, and you know, but we like to balance it and say, you know, oh yeah, my girl may be a 5, but she, you know, her pussy's good. Every woman's pussy is pretty much, you know,
the same.
No, and I think a lot of bras are pissed off because they can't come with the rest of the points, though.
Yeah, but that's the same game that's the same game tricks you. I mean, that's the same game they're using in this conversation right here, where the ugly woman will say, well, yeah, ugly women get better pussy than good looking women. Well, this game argument, they would say, oh, well, if you trick, you don't get as good as pussy as if you use game. Like, it all comes down to some type of the lesser getting you more better pussy than the former. Like, no, pussy is pussy.
Like, on the ground, like putting together this spreadsheet of fucking tricking versus fucking game.
Which pussy is the wettest? Like
your pussy, like we're out there in Bourbon Street.
If you get a moistometer and you just stick it up.
Moistometer.
I keep hearing this game shit, man. It keeps making me feel like
you can make pussy better.
That question wasn't on the census this year. I didn't.
Every time I keep hearing game, I just keep feeling like it relates to a facade. You know what I mean?
Right.
It ain't a facade.
How good is your facade in getting this bitch?
Listen, here's what game is. Here's what game to what I think it is. Because just being a interesting guy who, you know, has a sense of humor, who's fun to be around, a woman like a guy that she fucking can relax with, and it's all about how she fucking feels when she's with you, man. Like, she just don't want to fucking be around you, being stressed, being judged. That's why a lot of these bras cheat with me. You understand? Because it's just fucking fun. You know, with me. You hear me say, man, girls just want to have fun, man. Like, come on, man. So
And chicks also gravitate towards dudes that be roasting other dudes just so they can get the bitch.
Well, let's. There is a lot of dirty macking coming from the game community,
lot.
but Obsidian, let's your thoughts, please.
I'm just sitting back enjoying all this while eating dinner.
Okay, okay, enjoy.
Hey, I'm hungry because of Obsidian.
Why do I just imagine Obsidian like he's eating dinner with like candles and like a really fancy fork and shit.
I don't
know. Man.
He don't have that time for this bullshit. I don't blame.
Hey, but fellas, speaking of Obsidian, though, one thing: if you ever go to his house, don't sit on the couch with
mad bitches on that shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Bend him over the couch. Yeah.
They'll put your hands on the arms.
Yeah, exactly. Don't sit on the couch. Don't touch at the couch. I don't even want to look at it. Just find a bar stool or something.
I'll sit on the floor.
Jeez.
Yeah, you always talk about bend him over the couch. Shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh boy,
that's one place I'm not gonna say.
You might got mad hoes going through there.
Why your couch always smell like Febreze?
Yeah, but I have a question for old boy. So let's say a solid 9 came up to you, like a red hat. I don't know what your name is. A solid 9 came up to you. And you said, "Hey, look, I give you this pussy all night for $100." What would you do?
For $100?
You gonna give
$100? Oh, you talking to me, nigga?
No, you talking to me? Yeah.
Red hat.
Fuck. Why wouldn't I?
Okay, so that's tricking though.
Yeah, I don't care about. Like I said, I don't have a problem with tricking. I just don't think it's the best avenue.
He gonna try to kill her ass.
And another thing is this: if you use tricking to secure any type of like long-term relationship,
what?
I'm just putting this out here. I'm just putting it out there. If you use tricking to secure any type of long-term relationship, you might be.
Yeah, hold
on, let me say.
Let him finish.
You might be at risk for that said girl to cheat on you. That's
she'll cheat on you.
You want to get cheated on?
You're gonna get cheated on anyway.
I mean, that's the thing is, you're not. This is where this conversation comes in, where the assumption that these guys are using tricking as their dating market. They're not dating these women; they're just looking for sex.
Well, that's why I said I just put
once again, like it seems like guys are comfortable with that, like the sugar daddy types, the guys who got big money and set these girls up. Types they understand that they sleep with other guys. It's a separate. Yeah. They're not in. It's not. It's a sex-based relationship.
I put that out as a separate argument. I put that out as a separate argument because Silent Lamont.
Well, what I'm saying is, it's not really cheating because she's not really with them. They have an arrangement.
You're talking. Like I said, I put it out as a separate argument because Silent Lamont said that he was like, I don't know, like he cheated with mad girls, like he was the side nigga. Like, yeah, it's easy to be a side nigga with a girl that the guy that she's dating she doesn't really want. He's just paying her to like.
Who said that's the case though? That's the same.
I said that's the case. I made up the scenario.
No, it's Silent Lamont's personal life. What do you mean you made up the scenario?
No, I made up the scenario. I said that if you use tricking for long-term like marriage, like this is a separate scenario. You are at risk for that girl to cheat on you.
Okay,
Wait. Using tricking as marriage, how does that work? You're telling me?
Yeah, nobody does that. I have never seen nobody do that.
There's a lot of dudes that kind of do that.
Yeah,
I mean that's the whole.
Okay. Give details on this straw scenario.
A lot of dudes that.
Go ahead.
Who's going to talk?
I was going to say most guys I've run into, man, they have tried to make a trick into a housewife.
You mean a hallway to a housewife?
That's the trick. Yeah. And they're all tricks. Yeah, and most will cheat. I mean, listen, man. Listen, I'm under no illusion. I know I'm the shit, but like I'm probably not gonna keep a bitch's attention for 1 to 2 years. Bras get flighty, man. That's who they are.
They are. Women want to break up the relationship.
Listen, I live in Dallas, Texas.
You said cheating, right? You said you was used as a side nigga, right?
I didn't exactly use those words. No.
Yeah, you did say that. You said, I was that guy that cheated, used that other guy.
Came to him when they wanted to fuck off on.
I have been that other guy, yes.
Yeah, and don't you think it's a lot easier for a girl to cheat with you if she doesn't like the guy she's with?
I think it's easier for her to cheat, period.
Right.
The thing is, you're trying to find this fucking cheat code.
Like if you put in Liu Kang's fucking fatality, like you're gonna keep a bitch from fucking nigga, you worrying about a fear of loss. Stop.
A woman can be into you and still cheat on you. Women are not,
bro. It's only a matter of time. Just understand what the fuck you dealing with, bro, and move forward.
Bro, you don't know about women. If you think you're not gonna get cheated on just because you think you're laying down your game 24/7, bro. You're gonna get cheated on
24/5, nigga. Like, what are you talking about?
It don't matter 24/5, 24/7. But
you don't have game on the weekends?
Let me ask y'all a question.
Wait, what's 24/5? You don't have game on the weekends?
I'm just talking shit, man. I'm just talking shit. Go ahead, man. See what you're saying.
But let me ask you a question.
She's gonna cheat. Not if you in her head, she not gonna cheat.
Let me ask
God damn it.
If she on your mind, she ain't gonna cheat.
Oh my God.
I don't know nothing about all that, bro. But listen, I want to ask everybody here a question that if you do trick, what are some of the things you would not do with that trick in the bed?
Eat her
with
ass.
that thrower in the bed.
It depends. It depends on the girl.
He goes.
The question is
I hope nobody's doing that shit, man.
I'm not an ass eater or nothing like that. But,
I don't. I mean,
it depends.
I
depends on the girl
like
because you have.
sexually. So, like, I don't get
What do
the
you
question.
mean?
Would you eat her pussy if she's a
you're asking for
prostitute?
individual sexual desires, I'm not gonna.
If she's not your woman, game changer for one, and you just tricking off of that night or whatever, she's hot, she's everything you like, but you know that she is a trick. Are you gonna eat her pussy? You gonna eat her ass out? You gonna kiss her in her mouth?
No, but wait. Let me answer that question. No, but those are the type of things you don't do with any girl you're not in a relationship with anyway. You don't do that with girls in your rotation. Dude said he have a 10-girl rotation. You don't do that with 10-girl rotation. I mean, even when you have a rotation, I'm pretty sure those girls in your rotation are not all being faithful to you, are they? I mean, you have a rotation. You got 10 girls coming when you're in
Are they taking millions of dick every night?
You don't know. They're rotation hoes.
You do know if you a man that get pussy on the regular. Yes, the fuck.
So you trying to tell me your rotation full of single women? Because a rotation means you're not in a relationship with none of these women.
Well, you know what? I think
they in a relationship with you.
I think these niggas think they in How to Be a Player or something. Like,
right.
Bill Bellamy is.
If you come to me and you feel like you sucked the 10 million dicks before you got to me, I know what's pussy.
So all those girls in your rotation, you're assuming are not fucking nobody else. You got 10 girls you got 5 girls in your rotation, and you the only nigga all 5 of them are fucking.
They just waiting at home for their appointment with you. That's it.
Get the hell out of here, bro.
So you're telling me that you're saying that a prostitute is like just as dirty as a prostitute is just as dirty as a normal girl?
Well, actually, they're probably cleaner because they're using protection.
I would argue a prostitute's cleaner than a normal girl.
Hold on one second.
Okay.
East, I got a question for you. East, I got a question for you. So let's say there's a girl that you got with game and you dealing with her now, and you find out that a couple months ago she accepted some money from a guy for sex. So now what?
You said what again?
So let's say there's a girl that you're dealing with now, and you've been doing everything with her. You got her with straight game. And then, some kind of way you find out that 2 months ago, a guy like me hit her inbox up and then paid her for sex. Is she a prostitute?
Yeah.
Okay, but you've been kissing her and all that kind of stuff. So what's?
Come on, man.
I think you're.
You need to come.
Is it one guy?
That's how most tricking works, though. Most guys are not walking down the street picking a prostitute. Most guys are in some girl's inbox.
Exactly.
Some girl, some girl. That's how it works.
And at the end of the day, man, where we talking prostitutes or not, your average woman is walking around with a body count higher than an 80s hooker any fucking way.
There you go.
What illusion the chick that you kissing on right now got 20, 30 bodies under.
And
you
on
just
top of that,
know it, man. Like what?
On top of that, girl.
What I'm saying is this though.
Every time.
What I'm saying is this though. You don't think a prostitute that literally stands on a boulevard got like so much more?
They use condoms every time, brother. Your average woman
you
doesn't.
sure?
This conversation.
I'm reasonably certain, bro. Yes.
Yeah.
So he's a reasonably.
By that logic, woman got 30, 40, 50 bodies under. Man.
How many bodies is too much for I guess black pill? How many bodies is too much for you? to the point where she's
when your balls and your dick
bro. Black Pill, before you answer, let me ask this question to Young East. How many bodies is too many bodies for a pimp?
Anytime
I don't know.
your balls and your dick.
So pimps do fuck some of the prostitutes that work for them.
Mm-hmm.
So they're taking bodies just like the Johns are.
Are they paying for it?
It doesn't. I mean, well, we're talking about body count now, aren't we?
Well, I asked a separate question from that entirely. I just want to know.
I asked this question, so I don't know.
I don't know. I do want to point out
that the fact that you brought that up means that it's not really a matter of body count. It's more of a matter of if they're paying for it or not. Let's be clear.
No, let's keep talking about body count, like you said.
You said that they're not paying for it. What I'm saying is pimps, players, and Johns seem to be sleeping with the same high body count bitches. That's what I'm saying.
So
let's
talk about body count.
Let me continue with this. Number 16. Who in the hell is tricking and saying they are doing that to get a girlfriend or wife? Yeah, that's extraordinarily rare. That's a straw man if I ever heard it. However, what is your point? You think game is going to hypnotize a woman?
No. Game. Hold on. I want to answer it. Game is used as a tool. So it could be used as a tool to identify what girl can be or should be your wife. It's just a tool. Like that one guy that said that comment. Like, you know how many professional athletes, like this guy, he just got married to this girl. They all these girls marrying these guys. They're
How many professional athletes do you
know? Let him finish.
No, the professional athletes that's married to these like hot chicks. Well, everybody's gonna argue that only reason why that girl is messing with that guy is because he has money. So how is that different from tricking? Even though they're marrying and it looks like a legit marriage, she's only marrying him for the money. That's why I said if you're using money. If you're using money, if you're using money to secure a long-term relationship, like a lot of professional athletes do, you might be at risk for being cheated on. That's why I said that.
Wait. Go back.
Right quick. How is he using money, or does he just have it?
Is she not going to spend the money?
The only way he can he could get a woman is if he just do a Coming to America Part 1 thing and pretend like he's broke.
Exactly.
So basically, so y'all hear this, right? So basically, a rich man, if you're wealthy, you're naturally a trick.
No, you're not. You don't have to show every bitch you got money. You could just walk around regular.
You can't really hide it if you have a lot of it.
How many bitches watch sports? How many bitches watch sports?
What I'm saying is, you can't really hide it. What are you going to do?
You can.
Why would you want to, though? Why would you want to?
I know a lot of rich guys that are white.
Archer, Kofi, please, right quick.
My bad.
You're telling me you play for the Warriors, right? You play for the Warriors, and you're making top dollars. You're saying that the woman that you are attempting to marry, you are hiding your wealth from her through the whole engagement. So you rent a shitty apartment in West Oakland, and you bring her over to the Roaches, and you're sitting there in the Acorn Projects pretending for years. Well, you have a mansion in the Skyline Hills. This is the only way a Raiders or a Warriors or an A's player can get down.
You're being dramatic. You're being dramatic. Let me answer.
No, that's what you're.
You're being way too dramatic. You don't have to rent no house in no projects, dude. Hold on. Let me answer.
How in the hell can you hide your wealth?
Let me answer, sir. Let me answer. Let me try.
If you play for the A's,
listen, game changer.
If you play for the A's, Warriors, or Raiders, how are you hiding your health? They're going to see your house.
No, girls do not watch sports like that, especially if you don't have a big.
They have to see your house. I didn't say they watch sports.
Whoa, relax. How the hell are they going to see your house? And you got to take them there. Are you going to take them to your house?
They're not going to see their house if they're on the verge of marrying you.
What the dude, you didn't even let me answer, and you're like yelling. Like, relax. You don't have to lead with your wallet, dude. You don't have to you don't have to be in a Ferrari and pull up on a girl. You can, let me just try to answer him.
It's like
you could just be walking down the street.
Let him finish. Let him finish because this is
dude. You know how many people got money all around you? You don't even. You could be in the mall just chilling. It don't have to be a high end mall. You could be in the mall just chilling. Like Derrick Jaxn, he ran into that surgeon girl. She didn't even know who the fuck he was. Like bullshit. You don't have to. No, she didn't know. It was on the show. She didn't know. So, hey, listen. So you don't have to lead with your wallet. You don't want to. You don't want to lead with your wallet. And if you do lead with your wallet, you make sure you run into a girl that came from a wealthy background as well. That way you won't be fucking divorced.
Bro. You're right, because I'm gonna tell you, I know plenty of white boys right out in San Francisco, rich than a motherfucker, with holes in their jeans and holes in their shoes, and they won't buy another pair until that motherfucker run out. So I get where you're coming from.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to wear designer everywhere you go. Just wear a fucking dad cap and a t-shirt and pull up on a bitch. Okay, if she looking for all that money, then if she don't want you because you don't look rich at the moment, then you know all you need to know about that bitch.
Shit, just motherfucking money and go get with that hood nigga real quick.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you hide your looks?
Well, right quick, Archer. I'm gonna read these super chats right quick. Let's see. All right, so I read number 16. East, when you're not talking, you gotta mute up. You echoing.
Okay.
All right. So Shakanulu said, he's a box of rocks. That's to you, East. I could tell. And let me see. Next one, Mr. Shane Vicious says, this boy had 99 knocks in his mouth and didn't know.
Light.
I don't know. So
it's a lame joke. It's a lame joke. They lame. But yeah, I said what I said.
Bro, listen, bro. So, you're sitting up here saying that a man with money should hide his money, therefore he's not going to know if the woman wants him or not.
Yeah.
Should I downplay my looks to make sure she wants me for my personality more?
It got nothing to do with your looks, bro.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
And you the dude that I would say, no, we are not going to take you. You think you too fucking pretty. We want to see you with all that shit on. A haircut, no haircut or nothing. We go by features. We go by features, not. Oh, I'm.
Who is we, nigga? I ain't talking about you. I ain't trying to fuck with you. What are you talking about?
You don't understand, nigga. I'm a fucking designer, dude. And the thing is, you the type dude to come in. Oh, I know I'm gonna get the job because I look good. No, it ain't. It don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? Come in, show us what the fuck you can do first before you go off thinking, oh, yeah, I'm not going to downplay my looks. It's so many that look way better than you. What the fuck are you talking about?
He was just trying to make a point to counter my argument. Like, dude, don't you want to? Don't you want to?
Bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
Don't you want a girl to want you for? Don't you want a girl to want you for how you look?
What the fuck?
Yeah, just like I want a girl who wants me for my earning potential.
What? Okay, wait. You do realize that's how women. By the way, thanks to Mamiya Obsidian Ali for coming through. Appreciate it. All right. Women think like that.
Okay.
Right. That's a female way of thinking, to want to be validated by your look.
Female way of thinking when you turn around. Oh, I know I look good.
Okay, that too.
Okay, yeah, that is.
I mean. Yeah, but once again, that's why are we as men thinking like women?
Just be who you are, bro. They're gonna come.
Yeah.
What are you talking about,
Nobody is
bro?
saying that they're not.
Listen,
no one is saying
listen.
that they're not. What are you?
What assumptions are you making about me right now? What do you?
Right quick. Before we go further, let me correct. Mr. Shane Vicious said this boy had 99 cocks in his mouth. See, I don't really call it that. That's why that had to save me. But in his mouth, and yeah.
But what I was saying was, if you're talking about, you should want a woman. You shouldn't want a woman that wants you for your money. But I will make the same argument or counter argument. You shouldn't want a woman that wants you just for your looks either. You're a man. You encompass a lot of things, and you should.
Dude, men and women are visual. We're visual. We're a visual species.
Something else.
We're a visual species, men and women. You hear what I said?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're both visual. I like don't think that a woman shouldn't
Yeah, but
want you
women are
because
also
she thinks
hypergamous. Women are also hypergamous. So
what the hypergamy? What was that? A bitch. Listen, she's not gonna. She's not interested in an ugly rich guy like that, dude. Why? Like that's not the case. Like men and women, we want who we're attracted to physically. That is the heart of it. That is biology.
I'm saying that brothers are more concerned with
the physical aspect,
why she is interested in him than other groups of men.
Say that again.
With the physical aspect, yeah.
Once again, brothers are more concerned with why she's interested in him than other groups of men. Most groups of men are really more focused on what they are interested in.
That's
we
the,
are
that's
more
right.
focused
No,
on.
I've watched.
Yeah,
I've
point
watched
blank period. The other groups of men don't give a damn about the same shit we care about in order to get women.
We are more focused on what she's interested in, while they are more focused on what they are interested in.
Because they know
we
that.
say stuff right, quickies. We say stuff like, it don't matter what she looks like as long as she's validating us. We like that. Where other groups of men say it does matter what she looks like, and we validate her. So,
we care about how women look. Black men, you see the Kevin Samuel show, right?
A lot of y'all don't seem like they do. In fact, you said earlier.
You know why?
I would love to see earlier the lineup of women that y'all talk to. I would love to see the lineup.
And I will quote you for saying earlier that dang, what did you say? That the looks don't really matter as long as she's into you. So yeah.
What? I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
The looks don't matter?
Yeah.
No,
it doesn't matter what she looks like
as
long as she's into you.
She's into you because she likes initially how you look. That is 50%.
No, I'm talking about her looks.
Huh?
I'm talking about her looks. You were saying
her looks don't matter.
No, her looks matter.
But that's not what you said earlier.
I did. I think you're just. You want me to clarify something? Just ask me what you want me to clarify, man.
But this is the thing with Black America, and we get this a lot because we have a group of women that never complain about the way we look. But you know what? They do complain about how much money we got. That's why they always run around calling niggas broke. So to say that she doesn't want you for your money, or your money is not a big deal at all, it is.
Women in general don't directly complain about a man's looks.
That's when she's very young, not now. I'm talking
right
at 25. She be worried about that shit.
When she's 25, she ain't worried about what? She ain't worried about your money.
She ain't worried about what the fuck you look like.
When she's 25, she ain't worried about what you look like. But when she gets older, she's worried about how you look and not so much about how much money you got. When she's younger, she's worried about the money and not the looks. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, this is.
You got to.
I actually would argue the opposite. I think the younger girl
completely backwards.
I would actually argue the opposite.
The older women start to prioritize.
Maybe it's because of the different type chicks I've been around. Gorgeous, beautiful. Shit. They want that Birdman type nigga. I don't know, but that's what they want.
They want the rich nigga with tattoos. But all women want rich niggas.
The chicks that turn out to typically don't give a damn about all that shit typically be the ones that are ran through.
The uglier ones. I mean, women know this spot. Uglier one, you gotta have less money. But if I'm gonna try to attract a woman just off my looks, I'm expected to get cheated on just as much as the man who's attracting a woman just off his money. Because when I don't have money to do stuff with her, I don't have money to afford her a lifestyle, she's gonna cheat just as much as she is gonna cheat with a nigga who doesn't have the sexual prowess to please her.
No, that's cap.
I don't know. I kind of agree a little bit.
That's cap.
I agree to disagree here, y'all.
Women, they're not. We like variety a little bit more than women. So
women are gonna stay with a really good-looking broke dude for much longer than they would stay with a average-looking rich dude.
That's
right. Right. That's facts.
That's not facts.
Yeah, that's very facts.
Considering the fact that that 80% of divorces in the Black community are administered by women, and one of the biggest reasons for divorce in America in general is finances.
No, that's bullshit too. Listen, okay. Dude, that's what people say.
If you got a woman that has a college degree and all that shit just like you, trust me, y'all are probably matched. But then again, when you find that don't work, opposite attract. I've seen it all the time, and it got nothing to do just with the looks, but just say that.
No. That has nothing to do with opposites attract. That's having to do with black women acting like men, and those black women who you're talking about being ugly and buying dick. Now, ugly black women will buy a good-looking nigga.
So Pablo, what's on the screen here?
So this is Wendy Williams' ex-husband and his mistress. This gentleman was taking all of the wealth that Wendy Williams was accumulating and showering it upon this fair damsel here, who is younger, hotter, sexier,
childless.
Yes.
Childless.
Is she a whore?
I knew he was going to remind us.
So
no, she's just an average woman.
She's not a pro. Wait a minute. She's not a pro per se, but she was willing to share her body and her sexual favors upon this man in exchange for a little payola, a condo, a Bentley that he bought her, various gifts and cash and nightlife, all that Wendy Williams found out about later. So, so wait a minute. Not every woman who has a price is a pro.
Right. No, every woman has a price.
But every woman has a price, my brother.
No,
if you don't understand every woman has a price. See, what you don't understand, most women just haven't been offered that. Or say they won't. But let me say something right quick. Let me say something right quick, because you ain't never really been in this shit, bro. Half of these decent women around here, walking around. See, when they prostitute or they get into that game, they don't stay in that game for life. They get out. And when they get out, you don't know shit, bro. You don't know shit. You think, all right, what's up?
You never dealt with a chick that just wanted you?
Yeah, I have. Plenty.
Then why you keep arguing with me?
You know why? Because I figure this way. If anything has mystery by it, there must be a price. But if you're too busy worried about, the mystery of things, you're going to pay the fucking price.
That girl probably just likes that guy. And then because he has money,
dude, are you serious?
No, not for his money. She probably likes that guy. Like, for instance, Alan Roger Curry's dealing with a girl that's like 30 and he's like 50 something. I'm sure she likes him. She could it's an older guy with a younger girl. A young girl could like an older guy, dude. And because
with that being said, what was this whole argument that he should hide his money? Like, she could
like I said, she likes him. He doesn't have to. She's not going by his money. Like, I don't know if she like.
But
obviously,
women are always gonna like something about you. They're gonna find things to like about you. Women are not. I mean, it's not like there's no situation where a woman just likes a man for his money. And about that older, younger thing, bro. I'm 34 years old, about to be 35. I mean, I deal with 21-year-olds all the time. Age gap ain't shit. That's how it's supposed to be.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, women are always going to find something they like about you. When you look good, they got to have something else they like about you besides the fact that you just look good.
Listen, brother, let me tell you this.
That's bullshit.
Do y'all agree with number 16 right here? Do y'all agree with him?
Not perfect, no.
It's nice. You got a nice body. But listen, I'm an older guy, young fella. Let me tell you this. I get more attractive women as over 40 than I ever did when I was 25 and younger. And here's the reason why. Do you know why? The reason why is because I have more resources, and that is attractive to women.
So
very attractive.
But why is it attractive to women?
Because they're hypergamous.
It doesn't matter.
No, I want to know why. I want to know from him. Why do you think?
No, but Pablo made a point to this brother here because he's talking about young and all that shit. He and Kevin says the same thing. Kevin Samuels, he got women 21 years old knocking down.
Yeah, but why? Why are they more attracted to you because of money?
Because women like resources and women want to be taken care of.
Because they expect you to trick that shit off on them.
But they do what they
she only likes
him. So you're not making a point. You're not making.
Bro, when I was in my early 20s and I had girlfriends, they expected the same thing.
That's bullshit.
All women expect you to take care of them, bro.
No, that's bullshit.
So you never bought anything for any girl you've ever dated.
That's bullshit. If I bought some girl who's already kissing, fucking making out.
Not forcefully, not forcefully, and I've been married and I ain't never paid shit for a woman.
You ain't got to do that shit.
You never paid for, so you never not paid the bills. You never did anything.
You don't have to.
You don't really. Okay. You don't have to pay bills.
The bitch
as a man.
will fuck you for free. And the reason why they like you, when you're older. Listen, the reason why they like you when you're older, because they expect you to pay for shit for them. That shit is tricking too.
That's goofy as fuck. Because when you get older,
what the fuck you saying is goofy?
Let me finish my damn statement.
Finish your statement, nigga.
When you get older, little nigga, when you get older, the dynamic from when you were younger does not change. Nothing changes. You both are still. Let me finish my damn statement, homeboy. Let me finish my statement, young cat.
You just made your statement, nigga.
You don't want me to make my statement.
Make your statement.
The dynamic does not change. You still have the same dynamic I had when we were both working towards a goal when I was younger, but I had less money. The same one I have when I'm older and dating younger chicks. No chick gets a cakewalk in that shit. But you have more money in order for y'all to live a different type of lifestyle that women contribute to.
Okay.
Don't use you using money to try and make up for some shit. If you listen, nigga, if you had a son, let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. I'm sorry, JK. Okay. If you had a son, would you encourage him to trick on a little fucking girl because he's attracted to her?
Why would I? Why this me? I wouldn't care.
All right.
You wouldn't care if your fucking son was a trick?
Right quick.
I wouldn't care. I would be like,
nigga, that's some bitch shit, nigga. You sound fucking crazy, nigga. That's bitch shit. You would encourage your little man to trick, nigga?
One thing I wouldn't encourage my man to do is what Trent's doing, which is not build his resources. Not build his fucking resources and go out there and be a fucking be out there and be a fucking concubine for a bunch of black bitches.
Let me get my
No, you sound goofy, little nigga. You know what the fuck you're talking about.
You're fucking dumb as fuck. Wow, you gonna encourage a little boy to trick?
I can't mute both of you at the same time, so just don't. All right. Mr. Shane Vicious, if the economy goes to trash, then a lot of these decent women will hit the track and harlot hub. COVID caused many to last year. Yeah, that's a good point. So he's basically saying that they all have a hoe in them, just like every man has a killer in them. But
game changer. What did I not
finish? I'm not finished. Hold up. He's going through blue pill rage. Okay. I don't know if it's blue pill because he's seeking validation over relationship, but either way, it's not healthy. Please change his diaper and give him a bottle. Okay, saying you're crying like a baby. All right.
Well, he's just young. He just hasn't. I mean, he comes up. Bro, he's just young. He hasn't experienced women. He's got a lot to learn about them.
I want to point out something.
He has a lot to learn about them.
For all of your bolstering that you I don't have a problem against tricking. I don't have a problem against tricking. You did later return to say you would condone your son tricking, so you do have a problem with it. Let's not.
Right.
Your son. I'm not going to encourage my little man to fucking be a trick.
Yeah,
if he gets older, listen, and I'm not encouraging any of you guys to be a trick either. I said I don't give a fuck. You're old, you can do what the fuck you want to do. But I'm not going to encourage a child to be a fucking trick.
The question is, would you discourage it? And I think
for a kid, yeah. And for
for a kid, I wouldn't encourage my kid to have it
from any type of.
My kid can't trick anyway. He's a kid. Now, when he gets an adult,
are you serious?
Can I finish?
No,
when he gets as an adult, I would encourage him to focus more on his money than he does focus on looking good for a bunch of bitches.
When he's an adult, he could do what the fuck he want to do, right?
Of course, he's an adult. He can do what he wants. You're asking what I would you asking what I would encourage, and I'm telling you right now, the same thing I would tell any young brother. Don't worry about women when you're young. Get your money up. As long as you get a lot of money, they will come. For the same reasons they were going to be there from the jump.
But you said that you can get them just off your looks alone.
Yeah, I can. So what?
Okay.
Nigga, you just
what the hell?
Come the fuck out.
Yes, I can get women off of my looks.
Okay,
but I can increase the quality of women I get by being successful.
Oh, so you saying that your looks are not good enough to get that high
It might be good enough. It might be good enough to get a high woman on the look scale, but a high woman on the mental scale and look scale, no. My looks alone is not enough to sustain that shit.
So you wasn't saying that at first. See, now
well, everybody understood. Because I don't have to say that. Anybody that understands women understands that. You're a man.
Anybody that understands,
nah, nigga, you don't understand.
Well,
Nigga.
I mean,
you don't
anybody
understand.
that understands anything pretty much knows that it's better to have money than not have it.
Right.
Like under any circumstances.
No, you're talking to a man right now that has 3 baby mamas, so don't come up here arguing about getting women.
And you would encourage your kid to fucking trick, right? That's what you said?
Yes, I will encourage my kid to make sure he is good before he goes around chasing women.
Nah, nigga. That's not when you try to switch it up, nigga.
You said the question you asked. Would you say would you encourage your son to get his money up and get a woman? I said yes. No, you chase women while you're broke. I would go get your shit right. No, that's what you said. What was your question?
Jesus Christ!
What was your? Do you remember your question, young nigga? Do you remember your question?
So are you encouraging your son to be a trick, nigga? Are you encouraging your son to be a trick?
I'm encouraging my son to get I got to answer your question. I'm encouraging my son to get his money right and go and then focus on women after he got his money right.
Let me do what?
How do you show him how he get his money right? What's the process?
What's the process of getting your money right?
No. You're in your home with your child.
Well, my process for him right now is getting his education. He's 7.
Okay.
There's no other process. Getting his grades in school, young nigga. I ain't got to worry about no. But when he's older, he's gonna follow after me. I already got my son's
7,
plans,
right?
My future. I'm simping. What?
No, you said your son is 7, right?
Yes.
If he got a crush on a girl, you're gonna tell him he need to have some monetary. He need to put something down to fuck with that little girl.
No, he's 7. I'm not worried about him and girls right now. I'm not even buying him nice shoes.
Okay, we can go further. He could be 14. He got a crush. He want to take a girl out. What are you encouraging for your son? That he gotta have something in order to fuck with a girl.
So you're telling? No, I'm not sitting there telling my son he doesn't have to have any type of be socially inept. Of course, I want my son to be socially.
You're saying he has to bring something to the table other than himself,
of course,
right?
As an adult, I would tell you
nice. No, nigga, you don't have to bring. Yo, pussy ain't shit, nigga.
Okay, bro,
pussy ain't shit.
You yelling like a female and not letting me answer your questions.
No, I don't like that. That's fucking child abuse,
bro.
Nigga, you're talking about child abuse.
Easy on the swear. Easy on the swear.
You're talking about fucking. You want to
easy on the swear.
All right.
Why would you want to society where men don't produce anything?
Hold on. We're gonna go to you next, Pablo. Number 16 says, "Think of the children." Yeah, I agree. I think
he ain't thinking of children. He's thinking of himself. That's child abuse, nigga.
Well, anything that you bring up. Anything that you bring up that involves his son's sex life is going to be looked on a negative way. So Mr. Shane Vicious, yeah, he don't like you.
Stay off the child. Stay off the child.
You don't want the little man to value himself, right?
Hold on, Mr. East, hold up. East, why would you want a society of boys raised not to produce anything or to have any resources? That doesn't make a lot of sense, my brother.
I didn't say that.
Well, you did in so many words because you told the brother. Why would you raise your son? Why would you raise your son to grow up to want to
get a girl?
Come to the table with something.
To get a girl?
Come to the table with something.
Not just for the woman. Can you calm down? Act like a man and let the other guy finish. Then you respond.
Stop acting like a female. For a minute. Hold on. You said, why would you teach your son that he would have to come to the table with something? Here's the why. Because he wants to raise his son to be a fucking man.
Okay, you done? So, anywho, like I said.
Wait a minute.
You had that long ass pause, nigga. You done or you not?
He's not done. Let him finish.
Man.
To produce. When you have a large swath of men who are not producing and who do not have resources, you get the wild wildebeests going off on World Star. That's what you get.
Nigga, you don't have to produce for these bitches, nigga.
His son should produce for him.
You know pussy is
he
free,
don't have
nigga.
to deal with those types of women.
Nigga, pussy is free, nigga. That's the point. The fuck are you talking about? Producing for what? Some basic bitch?
Let's hear CJ.
No, produce. Okay, no. Let me answer that. Producing for my grandkids. Now, I'm not telling my son. If I would tell my son, I'm not saying, look, produce just to get pussy in general and be able to give the women all your money. What I am saying though is that when you need to be a man who can take care of a fucking family, and that alone is attractive. Women
That's
may not be able to
pussy though, nigga. That's to take care of a family.
Okay, women may not be able to articulate that. Women may not be able to articulate that, but that is what they find attractive.
Bullshit, nigga. That's why all y'all niggas complain about Pookie and Ray Ray ain't got to do shit.
Nobody's
That's what y'all niggas complain about. And I'm basically saying you ain't got to do shit neither, nigga.
What are you talking about, nigga? I'm the biggest fucking Pookie here.
No one is complaining about Pookie and Ray Ray.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Nigga, what the fuck I just say? I said in.
All right, let's do this.
All right,
let's do this. Number 16 says high level Pookie right there. Okay. Thanks a lot. So, CJ, what's on your mind?
What's going on? I see like what's going on. It seems like everybody has like different experiences with women. Like I understand with the guy with the cartoon with the red hat. I agree as far as like trying to get women. You really don't really have to have anything. You know what I'm saying? But as far as like depending on the guy, you know. But it is good if you trying to get like really, really high level women, like it's good to actually have something because, you know, that transcends into like classism and all this other stuff. Tricking, I say this, my only thing, like I ain't gonna say I really have an issue with tricking. Tricking is cool, but I say the only thing about tricking is it's a liability. And people say, you work till you get to a certain point where you have money to trick, but they're ignoring the sunk costs. Like with business, since it's a liability, unlike student loans, like student loans is liability, but it's a positive liability because you know what I'm saying, it's gonna work in your favor, hopefully, like in the end. But with tricking, they're ignoring the sunk costs. Although you have money now where it don't cost a lot to spend it on a female, you're ignoring the work that you put in the years it took for you to get to that point.
And some
fair enough. That's an interesting argument, but I mean, one could argue that that it's work saved because you're not spending that time and energy, you know, trying to seduce her verbally or otherwise. I get what you're saying, but this goes back into the $500 thing I was saying before. If a man makes $50 an hour and he and instead of for working, he's spending that time attempting to seduce a woman, he spends 10 hours doing that, then he basically spent $500 on the possibility of sex with that woman.
Right.
So, you know, so from an investment point of view, it makes more sense. Now, if a man makes $5 an hour, then he only spent $50. You know, so it makes
and a chicken box and a church's chicken box.
Yeah, and a church's chicken box.
How much you think game costs, nigga? How much money you think game costs?
Well, how much
your time cost?
Time? What time? What are you talking about? What time?
How much does your time cost?
Yeah, the time.
How much time you think game costs for me? How much time you think game costs in general?
I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure that you just point, snap, and click, and you know they suck your dick.
Right.
Happens to, well, I mean, because that happens to all games.
Use that one.
Just
that's
ask.
some pimp shit.
Huh? I didn't even say that.
I'm gonna have to use it.
It's a sunk cost on the time it took to get that game.
How much time do you spend with the women you fuck? That's how much it costs.
Or to convince them to fuck. You know,
right? But every second you're on the phone cheesing. Every second you're
and what's the cost? Like every nigga that be tricking.
I ain't had those problems. I'm just sorry.
Every guy that trick, what's the average rate?
What?
for everybody that's tricking, what's the average rate for a prostitute? What's the average price?
A quick 100 and hit.
Well, okay. So on my show I interviewed two. And they said, I don't speak Spanish, but somebody translated. They said for the two of them, it's $40.
Oh, that's cheap.
Whoa.
Is it?
Yo, you sure two bitches for $40?
That's cheap as fuck.
Well,
you sure they ain't got
in a
nothing?
different country.
No,
he was in a different country.
No one is ever sure women don't have nothing. But I mean, the video is still up. So if y'all know Spanish better than Marco, because that's who translated it for me, it did say 2 for $40.
But bro,
this is a different country.
Bro, you're assuming women that don't that women that don't sell their bodies have diseases too. Women who don't sell their bodies are promiscuous too. But
what are the chances though, nigga? What are the chances?
The same thing. The exact
no,
same
it ain't
thing.
the same fucking thing, nigga.
Same thing.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is,
No, it ain't. You
bro.
sound crazy. No, it ain't.
Bro,
no,
you've
it ain't,
never
nigga.
even done it. You've never even done it. So how do you even know, bro? You don't
nigga, you're gonna tell. I don't give a fuck if I never done it, nigga. You're gonna tell me the same risk of fucking a fucking dirty ass prostitute is the same thing as fucking an average girl. The risk is the same.
Bro, listen.
You see how you sound?
I hear you, bro. I hear you. But listen to this. I had girls on Backpage before.
What? Not you.
Yes.
Not you.
Yes.
Now this is the conversation we need to have. The real shit.
I've had girls sell. I've had 2 girls in my lifetime sell pussy for me, and I guarantee you, I was more comfortable fucking them than I was a bitch I just met.
All right.
Women who do that. 90% they don't use they use condoms. Most times they don't even fuck. So like girls,
black chicks or white chicks or Latin chicks.
They were one was white, one was mixed.
Okay.
Okay, but the thing is,
you a whole cap. You a whole cap.
I put that on erectile dysfunction. If I'm lying, my nuts ain't working.
Nigga, you might as well because you're a bitch that you meet in a gas station.
Hey, easy on the swear.
A chick that you meet in a gas station. Nobody said you was gonna have sex with her as soon as you met her. You have sex with a prostitute as soon as you meet them. It's a quick exchange. But with a girl in a gas station or a girl working at a restaurant, you talk to them first. You don't just bust it that night.
Well, that's the time investment I'm talking about. You're talking to them first.
That's a lot of time.
That's a time investment. Talking to them, and I'm saying
you're
that
taking them out on dates. You're driving.
Right, quick. What I was saying before, is that to some people, time is more valuable than money. Because you're right, you are talking to them first. Now, I want to bring to the attention, right quick, that people are saying that it's anywhere between 1 to 300 for an American prostitute. So. Yeah, that's how much.
And they break it down. They break it down by time.
If you're that guy, right quick. If you're that guy that make $50 an hour, and you would rather work and make that 50, and this is to CJ's point, and you would rather work and make that 50 than to spend 2 to 3 hours, trying to convince her for sex, then it does make practical sense at that point.
Well, one of the biggest reasons why many black men don't build wealth is because they spend their 20s chasing women, trying to have game. There's an old saying that you will learn it. You will understand the definition of that saying as you get older. You will lose a lot of money chasing bitches, but you will never lose any bitches chasing money.
So
that's stupid. That's a dumbass statement.
Wait, hold up.
Let me answer that.
Will you go to the strip club yourself to spend money, or you won't do that?
Huh?
Yeah,
have you ever been to the strip club?
No, I'm asking you, bro. Will you go? You just made an analogy about the money. Will you take your money and go to the strip club and spend money on the strippers?
No, I go to strip club for drinks. If I was to go.
I personally don't really go to the strip club.
What he said
I
was
don't really go to strip club like that.
What he said was you lose money chasing women, but you don't lose no women chasing money, right?
Fact.
That's what you said. Yeah, that's bullshit because if you look at like a lot of these divorces, like Bill Gates, he chased the bag and now he's about to lose half that bag. And then we got Dr. Dre and we got whoever else. I'm waiting for Jay-Z and Beyonce, nigga. Like even though she got her own bag.
But that's the point. They have the women. They didn't lose any women they might lose the bag.
Nigga, they lost the money, nigga.
But they didn't lose. That was divorce. That's not talking about marriage, bro. That has more to do with the courts. But in general, you don't lose any variety by chasing money. You don't lose variety of women. You don't lose the options of your women. You might get divorced, which is a stupid thing to get married.
How much variety pussy could Bill Gates have fucked instead of just fucking that ugly ass bitch?
A lot.
Exactly. So he lost variety. That's a dumb statement, nigga.
That was his option to get married. That's a whole different conversation about marriage. You're equating that saying to marriage.
Give up his name. She'll keep the name too after that.
That's marriage, bro. We ain't talking about. I'm against marriage. That's two different statements. The statement that you will not lose any women chasing money, but you will lose a lot of money chasing women has nothing to do with marriage. Those are two different things. Because in marriage you lose all your options for women anyway. It's marriage.
So you lost women. You lost the variety. That's what you were saying, right?
Okay.
You're talking about marriage isn't always chasing money, though. Marriage is actually chasing the woman.
That's a rabbit hole.
Marriage is chasing the woman, not the money.
That's a rabbit hole.
You lose either way, nigga. That's weird. That's a dumb statement.
Okay, so
y'all over talking the host.
Let's do this. Virgo, period. Okay, Mr. Shane Bishop says Virgo, let's see, period, is currently in Orlando. She's $800. I don't know. I'm gonna just go with regular ones, because she has a name, her first and last name. It seems like she might be like
$800.
Well, I think that might be the exception because this seems to be like a name.
Bad? Is she bad like that?
Nah, she used to be okay. She a porn star.
Because look,
for a bitch that got ran through $800.
We're talking about just like a regular, like the $40 chicks that I interviewed. I think that's more.
Shit. The city girl said you got to fly them on a fucking jet.
So but I mean,
them city girl bitches wasn't shit before they started rapping, nigga. They just saying that shit now.
So real quick.
So once again, easy with the swears. And secondly, we're not talking about the outlier situations, but Derrick Jaxn paid $1,000. I think that's more of an outlier situation because he was into her for 10 years.
But Derrick Jaxn, the thing about Derrick Jaxn though was that he wasn't technically tricking, was he? I mean, he was actually trying to run game, but he ended up spending money within that game. See, people act like game don't cost. Game costs.
Okay.
The fact that he was pursuing him, he walked up to the woman and said, "Hey, you're Derrick Jaxn." They told her how it went. "Hey, you're a pretty girl. Want to get your number?" Yada yada. That was the game. The money he spent to get her to him, the money he spent to take her out, all that money he was spending to woo the bitch. That's the cost of game. On top of the money
What essentially happened, as you describe it, is that he paid for the validation, or he paid for the illusion of validation.
Did Derrick Jaxn pay her directly for sex?
No, but he paid.
And he did, yeah.
He paid her. It was an exchange for sex.
Yes,
directly?
he gave her $1,000. Yes.
Then he tricked. Then
I thought he gave her $1,000 to fly to where he was at. I didn't know he gave her $1,000.
He gave her cash.
According to Obsidian, he gave her $1,000 in cash. Yeah.
According to Obsidian.
No, according to an interview she did with a female blogger, she said he gave her the cash money.
Yeah.
So
there you have it. But
listen, real quick.
So Shaka Nulu says, can you please drop the moron down? By the moron, he means you, East.
No, leave him up. Leave him up. We good.
No, this isn't me shooting. This is me reading the super chats.
The game changer God, he can do what he want to do. I'm just here to have the debate. That's it, man.
So I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. So let's not. But thanks, Nu. I appreciate it.
I dropped a study.
I mean, most women are going for $1,000 anyway.
I dropped a study in the private chat that showed that female sex workers contracted STDs more from their non-commercial boyfriends than they did from their actual sex work. And so what that shows you is you're more likely to catch an STD from someone you're in a relationship with than you are from a sex worker.
Yeah.
So, brother,
I could have told you that. I mean, I would be more wary of a girl that I just met on the street.
And you believe the word of a street walking prostitute, right?
Bro, that wasn't the word. That was New York. That was what did you say? It was the New York Times. That wasn't the word of a prostitute. That was New York Times, bro.
No, how the fuck did they get that research? They did that analysis. How did they come up with that?
They probably tested both her boyfriend and the
Okay, she probably gave him something.
Bro,
You really got to look at where they got that analysis from. You can't just say,
okay, bro, listen, man.
I know where the source came from, but how did they come up with the numbers exactly? They interviewed him, right?
You don't know the game,
interview the
bro.
prostitute?
Hey, why y'all let young East cap up here, man?
Man, he don't. Okay, first of all, okay, bro.
Y'all know he don't know shit. You can tell young East.
Nigga, how did they come up with the numbers?
All right, let's do this because I think somebody left because of this. So let's do this. David Johnson, your turn.
Salute to everybody on the panel, man. Salute GC. I had to come up. I've been listening to the conversation. And y'all know, I'm game and anti-game. I'm game and tricking, so I don't have an issue with either. I say that all the time. I call out the hypocrisy from both sides, and I can always call it out. I've done it with the tricking guys. Now I'm doing it with the game guys. And let's be honest, like, people mad at tricking. That's just money shaming because you don't hear other rich men shame men for spending money because other rich men understand the process. So this is how you know most of the niggas shaming men are broke niggas. So because broke niggas have more time than money. So of course they want to level the playing field because they don't have that type of money to spend. So of course they're going to shame the next man because they're like, okay, I might have more conversation and I might look better than this guy, but he has more money. So they have to try to shame you down off of that to come down. Because obviously, I bet Young East has never really dealt with women outside of his region. And I can tell he doesn't hang with men with money because I'm talking about the street dudes. I ain't talking about just the nerds, quote unquote. And I'm the nerdy gangster. I'm talking about in LA, when we fly out to Atlanta, go to the compound, niggas is spending big bread on drinks. We pulling up in cars. That's the lowest value is about 100,000. So this is how you know dudes like him aren't used to doing this. And if you ask a chick, is she gonna take a good-looking dude with good sex, broke, versus a good-looking dude with great sex with money? She's gonna choose the dude with money. You know why? Because the money matters, obviously. And he said it himself. He said women and everybody were visual. Well, women are. Well, hold on. Women are incredibly. Hold on. Women are incredibly visual. So I would say this is the most materialistic time we've ever been in, if not in history, definitely in the last 100 years. And if you think these women don't want a piece of that, if you think they're just gonna be cute, cool with your little cute self and your little good sex, then that's how I know you haven't been dealing with women long, bro. Because that shit changes. They'll like peanut butter today and then they won't tomorrow. So you can always tell the inexperienced dudes who lack experience.
Hey, East, hold up.
Yeah, come on. Hey, East, you know I'll fuck with you.
Throwing mad shots though, but
control yourself. We all get shots thrown at us. Control yourself.
Brothers with the squares. Go ahead, David.
Right. I'll fuck with you, East. But at the end of the day, enough is enough. And like I said, because you find the dudes with more time talking about not spending. You find the dudes with more money talking about spending. Now, here's the $1 million motherfucking question.
David,
I'm sorry. My bad, GC. Here's the $1 million MFing question. Which one is more valuable, the money or the time? And I'm gonna answer it. I'm not gonna even play around. The time is. So believe it or not, the guy spending more time, which is typically what you have to do using game, he's really the loser. Because as you grow older and you get smarter and you be around here dealing with plenty of women and you see they really ain't about ish, you start valuing your time more. So then you're quicker to probably give some bread so you can get back to your business, back to playing your video game online because you're rich and you get to do what you want to do versus cupcaking and talking with some old silly broad all day. And like I said, when she gets done giving you that sex, if you don't think she wants to go to the mall, because remember, women are highly competitive. They do all this competitive stuff to compete against other women. So they like to ish on other women. So she can't go get that bag or that outfit or jump out, and Instagram that nice meal and jumping out of that $100,000 car. She can't do that with your cute, good sex, broke having ass. On that note, y'all got it.
Yeah, so hold on. Let me get this because he said a lot of stuff. They told me the average price of prostitutes is like $100. So if you're just trying to say I'm broke, that's dumb because like $100 is like stupid. And this guy said it's like $40, I think. That's like real cheap. So it ain't a money thing for me. You think I'm just talking relative to my own personal experience and my age, I guess.
Watch this. Easy. How much money you make? How much money you make a year? Watch this, y'all.
I make $1 billion a year, nigga. All right. So anywho, like I said,
it's too easy. We ain't talking about
how much. No, you act like $100 is a lot of money.
I'm talking about people making real money. I said the cars is worth $100,000.
Nigga, average hoe is $100.
I can tell you don't deal with money, East. It's not personal, bro.
Nigga, did I say I was like rich as shit?
So
you don't gotta be rich.
So exactly. So why you keep bringing that up?
Because guys with more time tend to lean towards spending more time. Guys with more money tend to value their time.
Okay. Oh, you want to do that? You want to do that? You want to do that? So ugly niggas tend to trick more because they're ugly, and cute niggas just get free fucking pussy. We could do that.
Listen, East. Let me say this. East. Earlier today, you said dumb down your money. You said, how do you dumb down?
Answer that because you ain't making. You want to play that game.
I gotta put up the Lambo. I gotta put up the house.
Ugly niggas.
Listen. Oh, wait. All for the validation of a bitch. So I'm supposed to dumb down my riches to get validation from a bitch.
You need to listen to the show again, dog. You need to listen to the show. Like I said, that you trying to. You trying to go off with some example?
Sound like you're trying to get validation from women. Like that's
what ugly niggas got a trick.
Listen, rich dudes and confident dudes, we don't care what they think.
Ugly niggas got a trick. Cute niggas ain't got a trick. We could play your game.
All right, wait. Listen,
we could play your game.
All right, let me respond to that, y'all. Let me get it.
Yeah,
all right, listen.
Please.
All right, listen.
So how many of y'all are 29 ways?
Wait, hold on. Young East, I've always been a good-looking dude. In shape.
Here we go.
Wait, hold on. Muscles, diamonds.
Cap.
Listen, I don't do cap. Listen, cars. My crew was like that. Listen, I was a game dude. I didn't believe in spending money. After you dealt with a few hundred women and you see that it's all the same game, you start valuing your time, and then you start saying, "I'd rather get this money, hit this, and get her out of here."
Okay. Let's talk about time.
Sex with her, playing with the woman all day. Go ahead.
Can we talk about time? Because when you develop your game, sorting through women that are gonna play mind games with you, that's gonna waste your time, you quickly identify that and you quickly deal with women that want you. So for you niggas that like put tricking first, that ain't your problem. But if you're dealing with the average girl, once you're good at it, once you practice,
I know you're an amateur.
Once you practice enough, you can easily spot bullshit from a bitch. It don't take me that much time, nigga.
You ain't had a lot of women.
Wait, what does it take to practice?
Huh?
It takes time to practice.
But girls that like you take time too.
It takes time to build a business, nigga. It takes time to build.
Listen,
can you stop?
Has not had a lot of women.
You full of cap down there.
Good game. The women will stay with you forever.
Yo,
so
blood, you cap.
Wait. So then this is what I ask you, cuz. This is what I ask you.
I want to answer game changer shit.
Show me the men that had game that had women 20 years ago where those women are still with them because those dudes had game. Show me the dudes, because if game is all you need, then the women should never leave. So show me the guys who had those women 20 years ago who still have them. Go.
Most guys use game just to get short-term sex.
You didn't answer that because the chicks
I'm answering you right. You're interrupting the answer.
The chicks are indecisive.
Yeah, you don't want to hear that. He's just saying shit.
This is why
you're talking shit.
That.
You're talking shit.
Yo, I
want to answer game changer question.
So
let me ask East a question.
With the swears.
Yeah, but
East,
this guy, he's just.
East, let me ask you a question right quick, bro. What was your longest relationship?
Right. I don't know. Years.
Got him.
Years.
I mean, you don't know. You can't be like. My longest relationship was 7. My longest relationship was 7 years. So I'm not afraid to say it as a man. There's no shame in it. I'm just asking you, what's your longest relationship?
Yeah,
he said a year.
No, I'd say a year. I don't know. Maybe like
total inexperience. He's talking from inexperience.
How is that inexperience?
You don't have anything on your resume. Your resume, like,
what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, let him answer.
Let him answer.
Go ahead.
Your longest relationship was 3 years,
like
right?
3 years is some change, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. How old are you?
30.
30. All right. How many relationships have you been in that last longer than a year?
Man, you asking me fucking a lot
Got
of
him.
questions. What's your point? Like, I don't know.
My point is, I'm trying to say at 30 and your longest relationship was. I'm trying to see if you have any more experience more than 3 years, because 3 years is not a lot of experience.
I never said it was in a relationship.
I know it was. That's what I was giving you more time. I was supposed to ask you again.
Right.
Is there
What's
any
your
other
point?
relationships you've been in longer? I'm saying what you really don't know is how women think long term. Sit up here and say your money,
I don't know how women think
look.
long term.
Okay, let me finish. Just sit up here and say your looks is going to sustain a marriage or relationship through the entirety of it without any type of money, without any type of financial stability is completely goofy.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
That's
I didn't say that. I said I didn't say that. I said a chick is more likely to cheat on you if she think you fucking ugly and she's with you just because of the money. Yeah, I said
No,
that.
but she's also more likely to cheat on you. Wait.
She's mad.
All right,
But she will cheat on you if you don't have. Okay,
one sec.
My bad.
It says this Joker is bringing a alphabet vibe to your panel.
Tell him to suck a dick.
All right, nah, just clean it up. And then number 16 says, this waterhead is a fraud. Okay.
I don't give a fuck about none of those goofy niggas.
Damn, what you got to
because they all talking shit. I'm sorry, Game Changer.
I mean, I'm not saying
reading it
to respond, but I mean, I keep
but you know it's gonna trigger me.
No, I know it's gonna trigger you, but damn, just PG.
Yo, East, bro.
I want to stay monetized on this.
You need to get moderators on them.
Hey,
I'm talking about you talking. I'm talking about your words. I'm not talking about the chat room. Like,
they calling me gay. They calling me all kind of stuff.
I get it.
Don't look at the chat. Don't look at
that. Curse them out without using curse words. Like respond without using. I'm not tripping on you.
All right.
Or grow thicker skin. If you know you're right, you wouldn't it wouldn't bother you. You're on YouTube right now.
I am right.
I know that, but I know you're right. What I'm saying is you're on YouTube.
Game changer.
I got one more, Archer.
Game changer. I'm about to leave, bro. Thank you for having me up. I got to go check out Charles Faulkner.
Don't do that. Don't do that crap. If you're gonna leave, just leave. You ain't gotta advertise other people's shit.
Oh, my bad. Hey, and I'm sorry about that. And East, look in the back chat, bro.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, bro. Peace. All right. Peace, Town Biz. All right. It says MGTOW Flight says this dude is dumb. I had a Tinder date at an adult arcade after she got off work. Let's see, for free. Sent her home with a wet tail and a smell. Okay. So yeah, I think that he's just kind of going against the narrative that just because a person pays doesn't mean that they have to. I think that's where he's going with it.
You really don't.
Yeah. I mean, and that's true. I mean, I look at this situation, and maybe you fellas can shed some clarity on this for me. So Michael B. Jordan is, this isn't on some pause stuff. He was voted like the handsomest man alive or some crap like that. I think that it's pretty reasonable to assume that he might not be with Lori Harvey were he not also rich. I think that that's reasonable to assume. Does that make him a trick? Or should he have tried to hide his money before approaching her? Or is it reasonable to say that just by having it, he has access to women? Now, just because that is part of the reason she's attracted to him, that doesn't necessarily make him ugly either. Am I correct?
Right.
You want me to?
Yep, you're correct.
You want me to hit it?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I'll just whoever want to go first. Go ahead.
Yeah, she wouldn't. She definitely wouldn't mess with him.
Let me go then. Most of those girls. Sorry, bro. Most of those girls.
All right, go ahead, man.
Most of those girls, like Lori Harvey, she's a terrible example, but a lot of girls that are known and got money, they tend to fuck with dudes that are not famous like that. Like if he's broke, but she think he's cute, she'll fuck with him in the background. But because he's Michael B. Jordan, it's going to be displayed. And he got money and he got a name. So of course she wants the accolades. She wants the credit for dealing with such a high value male, air quotations. But
so it is safe to say that a man who is merely handsome wouldn't have access to Lori Harvey.
No, it's not safe to say. No. I said that she wouldn't have access to him on a public sphere. She would fuck with him in the dark.
Okay, so let's put it like this. We don't know if she really messed with broke dudes like that. And I guess that there is an assumption, a convenient assumption that she does.
Right.
But there are guys, handsome and otherwise, that do increase their mating pool. There are women who will only sleep with guys who have both looks and money.
Hello.
You know,
I'm just saying, why would you want to have one or the other?
I don't know about
Exactly.
that.
Well, you can have both, right?
I don't know about that.
That being known, why wouldn't you use that to gain access to that group of women?
You want access to gold diggers?
I want access to their pussy. Yes.
Well, if you want access to gold diggers, that's fine. But a fucking regular Instagram bitch that's bad is good enough for me.
But wait. What
wait. Okay. So say that you have that you come across 10 Instagram bitches, right? And of that, 3 of them are going off of just looks, and the remaining 7 require both looks and money. If you have money, why not just say, I have money, I would like to fuck all 10 of you?
Because the 7 probably is not interested in you as much.
They are, because they want looks and money, and you have looks and money.
No, you have looks and money, but if their attraction to you to actually have sex with you is based on the fact that you have to pay them, then I would say
no one is really mentioning paying them. They just enjoy the company of men with money.
Well, then that's a different point. I thought you were making the point that they want some type of monetary gain from being with you.
So what I'm saying is, you're suggesting that brothers hide their success. You're saying that that's what you were saying earlier, that brothers should hide.
Not for long-term mating, but for like tricking, and no, you could trick
broke
if you
shaming.
want.
That's broke shaming.
Once again, like when you meet a woman that you want to fuck, you don't really know what it leads into. But a brother at no point should have to hide his wealth.
You should. Some girls are finessers. I want all y'all to understand that. Like, some girls are just finessers. Actually, a lot of them.
No.
All women are finessers.
We do understand that.
So you should hide your money.
We do understand that. So are you suggesting, in the Instagram analogy that I gave, that a man hides his wealth and only fuck the 3 Instagram chicks? Is that your suggestion? To a kid looking up to you?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
To a kid looking up to you, you would suggest that he hide his wealth, instead of taking a picture in a $100,000 car, he go out and buy a $3,000 car and take a picture in that.
You said a kid?
Well, to a young person. I'm just quoting.
I'm not encouraging tricking for no kids. Period.
Okay, I'm quoting Ice Cube. Nevertheless, to a younger person looking up to you, you would say that they should only fuck 3. Is that what you're saying?
For like somebody 18 and older, it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking to
put your penis in a vagina like every man.
Then you could trick. But if you're looking for something,
is it really tricking if they're into you because of your wealth?
If
you don't give them anything, but they just like you.
So let me get this straight. A wealthy person is a trick by default, correct?
No. Women,
wait a minute. If a woman sees your wealth, and she fucks you without you spending it on her, is that tricking?
When does that ever happen?
Well, we don't know.
All the time.
I'm not wealthy. I'm not wealthy enough to know.
But the only reason why a girl would mess with you, if she didn't like you and she would mess with you because of the money, like.
Well, once again,
that's the only reason she's messing with you, dude.
That's not the only reason. That's not the only reason, because Michael B. Jordan is both handsome and
what I'm saying is this.
And it is safe to assume that Lori Harvey is not riding on ugly dudes with money. So let's be clear. There's more than one reason. There's more than quick. There's more than one reason that he is attracted, or that she is attracted to him. However, his concern, and just like most every other man on the planet's concern, really isn't why she wants to sleep with him. It's more to the reason that he wants to sleep with her.
No, that's not smart, because in the long term, like if we're talking long term,
Long term, Michael B. Jordan is with Lori Harvey.
A bitch can fuck you over. Lori Harvey's
okay.
Listen. Her money is not really her money. Her money is like
easy on the swears.
All right, my bad. Her money is tied to Steve Harvey, so she's in a sense looking for a bit of a bag. Long term, she could finesse him out of his money if he takes her seriously. So I wouldn't even recommend for him to mess with her long term.
Bro, okay, this is your point.
Wait a minute.
Let me finish. Let me finish this one other point. All right, so if a woman messes with you because you have money, 9 times out of 10, the only reason why she's doing it is because she thinks that after you've busted, can I say that, busted nut? After you have sex with her, you're gonna give her something. You're gonna buy her a car. You're gonna buy her a bag. That's the reason why she's doing that. She's not just simply attracted. Oh, he has money, so it's really because after I mess with him, just a good chance that I'm gonna get something out of it. That's what I wanted to say. Go ahead.
Okay. Right quick, Archer. Who should Michael B. Jordan mess with long term?
Another woman with money.
Okay, but she could be finessing him because of more money. So
what?
So am I?
There's no incentive.
She could mess with him to get more money. Yes. But okay. But let's go with that for a second. You
think the court? The court is going to grant her?
Right quick. Young East. Are you advocating that wealthy men only mess with wealthy women?
If you could help it.
Okay, so a wealthy man should limit himself to say 1% of the population. Now, when David Johnson,
1%,
huh?
Well, a wealthy man would be considered 1% himself. Those people tend to run in the same circles anyway.
Yeah, no, not necessarily. However, once again, you're saying that just like David Johnson was accusing you, that wealthy men should limit their mating pool by, a factor of 100%, or not 100%.
No. I'm not saying they should limit. I'm saying that they should target women with money first, because the courts will not grant her any money if you guys divorce. So it's smarter to get with a woman with money, because the judges cannot make a case that she should pay you alimony if you marry. I mean,
well, I agree that these men should date, mate, and relate wisely.
They should be primary. They should be priority. But if you can't,
definitely so. However, if they value different qualities in a woman, let's just say Steph and Aisha, then they will. Basically, I think that they should fuck whoever they want to fuck.
Well, Aisha Curry, huh?
Can I ask you a question? East, I want to know, do you have any children?
No.
If you were to, completely hypothetical, because you don't have one, and don't get mad at it, but if you were to have a daughter, would you want her to mess with a man who she's attracted to just because she wants him, or a man who kind of has money?
So you're asking me I want her to allow.
What man would you want your daughter to mess with?
Let me get the question straight.
Yeah.
To get with a guy that she doesn't want because she has money. Right? Or versus get with a guy that she thinks she likes him, but he doesn't have that much money. That's what you're asking.
Let's phrase it your way. Yes. How about that?
Well, ideally, I would want her to have both, but I'm not gonna say that she should get with a guy that she don't want. So yeah, get with a cute guy.
Damn.
Well, would you suggest that she get with a cute guy with money?
Well, yeah, that's what I said. Ideally,
so it is better to have money.
I'm not gonna,
now, would you tell a guy with money not to get with your broke ass daughter?
You said what?
Would you tell a guy with money not to get with your broke daughter?
But what if he think my broke daughter is hot shit?
Exactly. Thank you. All right. So,
what point did you make? Where you going? Stay here. What are you talking about?
The fact that it went over your head.
You don't see the point. Hold on, right quick. You don't see the point.
No, I don't see your point.
Okay, fair enough. I'll work to explain it to you.
Yeah, thank you.
You were saying that men who have money should get with women who have money. I said, should that man get with your broke ass daughter? And you said if she thinks she's cute. Bam. But so should men get with women with money? So wait. Right quick. So once again, to bring it all home, should men get with women with money, or should they get with your broke daughter who's presumably cute? And your answer was, wait.
Can I explain or elaborate?
And your answer was, if he thinks she's cute. All right, there we go.
Listen. Can I elaborate? can I explain?
You didn't want to before, but go
now
ahead.
you want a man with money for your daughter. Now you want him to have money.
Hold on.
Exactly.
Hold on. You think that I'm gonna change up based on if it's my blood? I'm not changing up shit. Like, I don't want my daughter finessing no nigga out his money. So yeah, quit that.
Wait,
But what I
time
was
out, time out.
no. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. So if you're a rich guy, you should prioritize getting with rich women first. But if you cannot do that, then you could go down the economic ladder. Now, if you run into my daughter and that bitch if you run into my daughter and she finesses you, that she got you, but I don't want my daughter finessing dudes.
All right. So
yeah,
I'm gonna close down. It's been 4 hours, so I'm gonna
Can I
close.
ask you a question right quick? Can I ask?
I'm gonna close down. Hold on,
Game
David.
Changer, what's your cash app, man?
Hold on. It's Game Changer 00100. Same as my name.
Oh, okay, so, I got you.
So basically, what you're saying is, first of all, you're telling rich men who they should date. And you're saying that if they aren't dating a rich woman, it's because they couldn't get a rich woman, because they couldn't get, quote unquote, what you believe should be their first choice.
No, I didn't say they could.
You're attempting to shame guys.
No, I'm not.
Yes, guys out of your dating pool. Yes, that's exactly what you're doing.
That's all I
want. I didn't expect to be none of that. You making shit up.
East and then Archer.
Yep.
Okay. What I want to know, this is how, again, and I told y'all from the gate, that was all it was. They're trying to eliminate the competition. That's all it is. But I don't even have a problem with that. But here's the thing. Where are these beautiful, decent, great-looking women? And as Young East said, women are very visual. We live in a materialistic society today. And not even just materialistic. Life costs shit. Where are all these pretty women who have something going for themselves, who don't want anything from a man except rod and cupcaking and talking? She don't need to eat. She don't need to take a trip. She don't need to buy a bag. She don't need to stunt for the Instagram. She don't want to jump out a nice car so she can ish on her female competition. Where are these women that are just sitting around waiting for a man to have sex with them, and then after that, they're all good until the next time they meet? Can anybody direct?
So you ever mess with a stripper? I messed with a stripper before. I messed with a bad stripper before.
So to answer your question, David Johnson, they're in Dunkin' Donuts right now.
You ever mess with a bad stripper? They take money from.
She is at present in Dunkin' Donuts.
Right. Because listen, when we in the clubs and we spending big money, the chicks that we don't pick and that we don't get to, they get to go home with the dudes like Young East. So he think he's winning when he doesn't recognize she's only with him because she couldn't go with us because we were already filled up.
All right,
y'all got it.
I like this guy though. I like it.
Young East and then Archer and then Melody can get some thoughts in.
All right, so if you ever mess with a finesser, you ever mess with a girl at finesse, like you ever mess with a stripper, like if you mess with a stripper, you'll see that she's gonna take money from one guy, give it to the other guy. So what I'm saying is, you think that a chick is she's gonna just always want to get, I don't know, she always gonna want to be tricked out on and taken places, and she's just not gonna want to lay up. She's gonna let you trick out on her, but she's gonna lay up with the guy that she wants. And so you're gonna play yourself. That's what I'm saying. Like, but go ahead. Next.
Okay.
Archer. Well, I gotta say something. Okay, can y'all hear me? Because I kind of
we hear you.
All right, listen to this. He said earlier that me telling my son to focus on his money and he should equate his money into attracting beautiful women was child abuse. But then later,
I didn't say that.
You didn't say I was. You didn't say
no,
I was engaging in child abuse.
No, I said that if you would tell your little son that he has to bring something to the table other than himself to get some girl, that's child abuse.
Okay, well, let's stick with that. Okay, cool. Let's stick with that. Point's going to be made the same way. But then later on, you went on to say that you want your daughter to get with a man who has both looks and money. Now, I would make the argument. Yeah, you are right. I would make the argument. I am grooming my son to be a good suitor to your daughter.
Okay.
Good point. Very well put.
Good point.
Okay. What
right.
are you trying to say?
I don't gotta say everybody who knows something. Everybody who matters gets it. So.
Because they're stretching it for you, dude. I wanted you to really bring it home. Let me say what I'm saying then. If you're grooming your son to be like this high value guy, right?
I'm grooming my son to be the type of man you would want your daughter to be with.
Yeah, if she finds your son attractive.
Yeah, but
well, that's
okay,
given.
but
given, brother.
Earlier, you don't want her with a man who she just finds attractive, but does not have the means to take care of her.
I said ideally.
Ideally, so I'm grooming the ideal mate for your daughter.
Okay, so why you keep on trying to say that? We're saying the same thing, dude.
We are saying, but you don't.
No, what is your problem?
Why money matters,
right?
No. Here's what I'm saying. If I don't want my daughter to be with your son, if she looks at him as ugly, but he got money.
Okay, look. Even if my son, let's say my son, he's 7 right now. He turns out to be 16, and I see he's the most popular kid in school. He's the quarterback on the football team. All the girls want him. I would still tell him the same thing. Yes, it's nice that all the girls want you for your looks. That's nice. But at the same time, you are a man and you have to produce. I would teach him the same thing.
He has to produce for his family when he has a family. But
exactly.
we agree on that.
And to increase his options with women. Because I know a lot of dudes that when they were in their teenage years, they had a whole lot of women. Because in your teenage years,
we agree on that. We agree on that.
Let me finish. In your teenage years, your money does not really matter because you're competing against a whole bunch of people who don't have it. You're competing against other teenagers. Okay. But when you enter this adult world and you start dating amongst adults, women definitely factor in how much money you make. A lot of women would pick an average-looking dude who has a decent amount of money, not even rich, just making $60,000. Then they would pick a very handsome dude who can barely crack 20 a year.
Well, I would say that's given her age, to be frank with you. But like, we're saying the same thing, dude. We're honestly saying the same thing. The only thing is,
you're saying what I said. You're saying what I would teach my son is child abuse.
If your son likes a girl and they're like little as shit, right? And you're saying you wouldn't tell your son take $1, son, and use that $1 to get her to do something for you. You wouldn't do that with your kid.
That's goofy because I wouldn't have no interaction with my son's crush in 3rd grade.
Right.
No, I'm talking about with him. With him. You wouldn't give him $1 and tell her, hey.
That's not the time I start teaching him about women in 3rd grade. That's not when
you're not teaching your son about women?
Not in 3rd grade. I'm not having no birds.
You better start teaching your son about girls.
Bottom line, nothing's free.
So let's do.
Who gave me money to go to the prom? My parents.
Let's cycle. For closing thoughts, because
to the prom, not for. Never mind.
Let's cycle for closing thoughts. All right, Pablo, let's start with you.
So that was a great point that the brother just made that has his son. You have to groom your boys early on to become productive men. You don't wait until they get a family and knock some girl up to say, oh, now you got to start, making sure you got a good education or a job or some skills so that you can earn a good living. No, you do that before they get to that point. And that is the point that Archer Ain't Shit was trying to make, is that he's preparing his son now for the future. He's not waiting until later. And he's not just doing it for his son to have women, but he wants to give his son the best options that he can give him. Because one thing is for sure, the more successful he is, the better the chances are that he'll have a better quality woman.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Young Geese.
Nah, let somebody else go. I'll go a little bit after.
Nah, you don't get to pick to go last.
I can't. Can somebody go right now?
I mean, somebody can go right now, but you forfeit your turn. I'm not gonna circle back to you.
All right. So anywho, let me say what I'm saying then. Yeah. If you're encouraging your children, your boys, that their sexual value is not on par with a girl's value, that is child abuse. And if you're convincing men that tricking is their better option when it comes to mating, long term or short term, that's just misinformation. That's just fucked up, and you're misleading the masses. All I'm saying is that there is a way to get the girl you want or girls you want without going that route, and it's the better way. So we could y'all can hate me because I see a lot of people in the comment section don't like me, but what I'm saying is facts. And so
No, fair enough. I didn't know you were done. Or that
no. I was just gonna say what I'm saying is facts. I think that's why a lot of people don't like me, especially that guy over there. I forgot his name. But anywho, yeah, whatever. It's good. Thanks, Game Changer.
No worries. All right, hit the like button, people. David Johnson.
Salute for having me, GC. The bottom line for Young Geese and all the people listening, everything costs. Everything. That applies to men and women. That goes for everybody. Life is expensive. Only little boys and little girls think shit is free. On that note, deuces.
All right, peace. All right, and Ray.
Yeah, I can agree with bro on that last statement. You know what I mean? Everything costs, you know what I mean? And thing is, sometimes you got to pay for it, sometimes you don't, you know. I'm a believer in that. But the thing is, though, if you feel like that you got to give up money just to get some coach, then that's a problem right there. You know what I mean? Because you're leading with your money, you know.
Okay, fair enough.
Other than that, man, I'm good. I'm off this shit. It just give me a headache, all that shit.
Yeah, I agree. These are circular arguments. Victoria, if you're gonna
go,
because
everybody have their own different philosophies too, man, with the shit. So
well,
it's like
it doesn't have to compete. Well, I'll say this in my closing thoughts. No rebuttals after mine. Victoria, if you're gonna go, then hit that like button before you leave, Victoria. All right, so yeah. And Melody, did you have anything? Because I know you got here late and you probably didn't hear the first part, but did you have anything before you want to go?
Hey, everybody. I got here pretty late, so
hey, what's up, Mel?
Hi. I'll just watch the stream later on tonight, see what's going on.
Okay,
but thanks for letting me up.
Oh, thanks for coming up. No worries. All right, so that was Sweet Melody Speaks there. All right, here's the thing. Either way, we really shouldn't be trying to curtail how the other portion is doing it. What I mean by that is I really don't care if a person, has a love. One way isn't better than the other, in my opinion. And it's not all the way just one way. Just because a person tricks doesn't mean that he's necessarily ugly. And just because a person uses game doesn't mean that money isn't a factor in his ability to attract women. You know, these two things are not mutually exclusive. What we attempt to do, we as Black men, is limit the competition to one or the other. We try to shame a person for using money, whether it's directly or indirectly, in an attempt to get him to not use that as part of his seduction technique, making less competition for them. And the same way that one may say that, oh, you only use looks and that's because you're broke. You know, I get it. These methods put the men against the men, and where the focus should be on how to gain better control and access to women collectively. Other groups of men have realized this, and hopefully will follow suit soon. That being said, I would like to thank the members. I would like to thank the Cash Apps and Super Chats, the managers and moderators, those who are listening silently, and those who participated in the chat. Don't forget to hit the like button on your way out. If you missed it, then go ahead and catch the replay. Subscribe if you haven't already. And this is Game Changer 00100. Game over. Peace.
Yo, peace. Hey,
hold on right quick.
Peace.